Yeah, she had to fucking damn say that.
She had to do that.
She had to do that.
She had to, because you got to be nice to the
Customers.
customers.
Customers always right.
And she called me by my first name.
Of course.
You know she walked off when you went up to the counter.
Yeah, I know.
She did walk off.
Yeah. I'll be back to the pizza.
Yeah, she came back without your pizza because your pizza was already in the fucking damn thing.
Want to be his picture on there? Nick. Perfect.
What's up, White Fang Hero? First person in, what's up, man? Well, first person that commented anyway. Guys, I talked to Florida Profit Hunter. He's alright. He was sleeping. This whole entire time he was sleeping, man.
I'll do that.
Wouldn't you?
Apparently,
Beam, what's up, man? Hey, I talked to Florida Profit Hunter, man. He's alright, guys. He was just sleeping. He fell asleep drunk.
That would be the same with me. Oh yeah, Jason. You were supposed to tell me when was AAP supposed to send that?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know.
I can't tell you if you don't know.
Oh, she wanted to come, and she went out.
Oh, really, Bean? It's just, you guys are just gonna get the...
Yeah.
You guys are gonna get the outer bands of the fucking rain. That's all y'all are gonna get is the rain.
Talk to me when we get there.
You're just gonna get the rain. That's all you guys are gonna get. According to the way that it was going last night and this morning,
Whoops.
it would have hit you. But since it turned back off and went back towards the ocean, it shouldn't hit you. You guys should just get the rain. When it hit land, it was a Category 4 hurricane.
Shoot, when we got there, it was just Melinda and Brittany. Oh yeah, and Kyle. There.
You're not getting your shit from it? Okay, that's good. You're not even getting the fucking rain? You should at least get the fucking rain from it.
And then
I'm gonna see what the Guinness Book of World Record is for cussing.
what? Get a smack in the freaking head.
You didn't hear what I said.
What?
Well, you did.
I did.
I did it.
You did. I said I'm gonna see what the Guinness Book of World Record is for cussing.
Oh my gosh.
It'd be me. You'll see a picture of me.
Jason might hit the top.
Yeah.
Nobody will ever be able to beat my fucking record. I'm just kidding.
Really?
Jason
You want to
might
try
hit the
somebody?
top.
You want to try one person?
Oh, she's right there. She's in the dark.
Christina.
Oh yeah, Christine. Yeah, but not as much.
No. No, but she
Chiquita Banana Bean said sit on it. She's sitting on her ass.
I am sitting. Bean said sit. I am sitting.
I'm almost home, y'all, man. I don't even know what my phone is on. What's my phone on? Oh, it's on 86%. 86.
But Christina will cuss at you.
Oh yeah.
White Fang Hill said, hello, Chiquita.
Hello,
But not as much.
Fang. No, but boy.
Hey, guys, I was live 15 and a half hours between the two live streams I did. I did 11 hours and 54 minutes, the first one, and I did it, whatever the fuck it was.
Oh. How come you're red?
It's because the cops got my fucking phone hacked.
Oh, yeah. They would have red and blue.
Fuck you, Bean. Right here, Bean. Right there.
Are you ready, Gigi? Are you ready?
She's even got a pretzel in there.
Where?
Look, watch on. Look, she's even got a pretzel.
Okay. I tell this.
Come on, Cheech, touch on my No, yeah, mine is. I don't give a shit about nobody else.
Hey, Willie.
No, I don't give a shit.
All windows up now?
Yes.
All the ones that are up now.
Okay. Where you
Okay,
going?
then we'll put you guys down for the horn.
You're not supposed to go for a walk.
Yeah, he's going for a walk. He wants to go for a fucking walk.
Hey, really?
Hey, don't you fucking swear at me.
How many? I ain't swearing at you. You're staring back.
Alright, I don't give a fucking shit. Get out of the car already, damn it.
That's gonna be nice.
Mother Tucker.
Say what?
You heard me.
I'll get the gate.
Give me the key to the damn door.
Mother Tucker.
Motherfucker shucker.
That's what Christina
Here, I
said.
have something for you.
Really? The whole thing? What'd you take them for?
Because it was a new box. That's the only reason why I took it. Because it was a new box. That did not sound right.
It ain't supposed to.
It did not sound right. And it's white.
Yeah, my cream.
Your cream pie.
Yeah.
You gonna have your cream pie tonight? She loves her cream pie, y'all. Right in her mouth. That's why I said that. How's everybody doing, man? Miss Southern Belle, how you doing? Thank y'all for coming. J-Dub Vlogs, how you doing?
Hello, Jay.
Where's your pizza at? It's still at Pizza Hut, man. I got tired of cooking.
Hello, Jessica. I know it's J-Dub. Hi. I got my cream. Daddy took. I got my cream.
You're doing well. Thank you. Good to hear that, Miss Southern Belle. Good to hear that you doing
Yes.
good.
My
Good to hear
cream.
you're doing good.
This is my
Chiquita.
cream.
What are you doing out, Chiquita? I thought you were supposed to be in the cave.
I just let her out.
Oh, okay.
Keto jam.
Watson Hero, thank you for coming in. Stream Bean, thank you for coming in. Miss Southern Belle, thank you for coming in. J-Dub Vlogs, thank you for coming in, yo. Alright, I will, J-Dub. Want to see the other ones? Look at the other ones, guys. Baby boy, girl. You want out? Come on, you guys want out? Look at her, she's ready to get out. That's the...
Cal.
Are you going to get in trouble, Kelly?
Probably so.
If you're going to get in trouble, I'm not going to let you out.
Yeah, right.
I'm not going to let you out if you think you're going to get your ass in trouble.
Yep.
Your mom put her in the cage.
Okay, ready? Come on.
She'll be in trouble.
Come on, Bootsy Boots.
Come on, booty.
She was until earlier. Her mom put her in the cage. She went up on the table and almost tried to...
Knock everything
She
off.
does love cream on her. She likes it all over her face and in her mouth and all up her butt. Just kidding. Oh, man. I gotta clean my fucking room, man. My room is a mess. The room is actually a mess, man. Hold on, I'm gonna put you guys down for one. Ian, what's up, man? I need to get on this motherfucking damn, see what this hurricane is doing, man. We gotta see what this hurricane's doing, man. When it hit land, it was 190 mile an hour wind gust. 160, watch out, boom. Come on. What? Oh my gosh, what?
He's not swimming.
Well, that's beside the...
Guys, he's gonna lay down.
Who, Cheech?
Yes.
Cheech, get your ass up and come on.
Yeah, right. That's a laugh for me.
Really, String Bean?
Tell him here's the cream.
Here's the cream. Look, she's got it in her hand.
Yep.
See it? got the cream in her hand. You go fucking go in the house. Why the fuck did you bring the cream in the house and then bring it back out?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't want to put it down? You're scared you're gonna lose it? She's a fucking weirdo, dude. She's a damn weirdo. You okay with your belt, J-Dub? Guys, everybody, I've talked to Florida Claimer, or no, not Florida Claimer, Ted. I talked to Florida Profit Hunter. He's doing all right. He was sleeping. That's why nobody can get a hold of him. I talked to him while I was at work, man. Yeah, he did, Vaughn. He was 59 years old, man. Tons are without power, yeah. Cuba's without power. Millions of people in Florida are without power. I'm going to get back on this live and see what's going on with the hurricane, man. So where's all my Florida people at, man? Where's all my East Coast people at? Prayers for you guys, man, on the East Coast, man. Shout out to the 7 in the chat. Appreciate y'all, man. Freaking light, man. Thank you, Freelance. Appreciate it. Prayers for you, bro. I'm glad you made it out of there safe, bro. Thank you, Bean. Appreciate it, brother. Who, Florida Profit Hunter? I don't know because I talked to him. I know they still got cell service because I talked to him while I was at work. And he said he was going to come in the live, but I don't know if they're getting hit again or what. All right, Bean, appreciate you, brother. I'm going to get in there and get set up, man. All right, I won't. All right. Oh, guys, man. 15 and a half hour live stream last night, man. Like I said, if I fall asleep, I'm going to leave that shit running. I'm going to leave it running so you all can see it if you all get up and come into my live stream during the night. Let me get in there and get set up, man. I got my phone. I don't have my tripod yet. It's still in my freaking bag.
You were gonna shut that light off, weren't you?
I sure the hell was. She's right there. Say hi to everybody. They're saying hi to you.
Hello.
Hello, Laura.
Hello.
I'm gonna put you all down real quick. Hold on a minute. Oh, I'm gonna bring this back out. the squirming around there. Duh. Oh, other side. Babe! Smoke barrel's already full, bro. I gotta get this film. Okay. Let's put this on first. Let's see. Okay.
Floating down streets. The sheriff here says they even saw cars being taken into the ocean. And tonight we know nearly the entire city is without power. And take a look at what some families are dealing with. Homes flooded. In this case, trapping a homeowner on the second floor.
As long as I can swim there, this water is cold.
And this is in Naples. Taryn Botley is with the fire department and went live on Facebook to show what they're dealing with. The water is 4 feet deep both inside and outside her fire station. We got Taryn on the phone in the last hour, and she told us she's never lived anywhere but Florida and never seen anything like this.
It came quick and it came faster than anticipated, and we were not quite prepared for all the water that came in so suddenly.
Yeah, even though their fire station was flooded, these crews still went out to rescue people. Batley says several of the victims they rescued are spending the night at the station. And they are in for a long night because those rescue calls are still pouring in.
Yeah, we want to turn now to Chief Meteorologist Pete Delkus. Officials warning there that the worst is yet to come, Pete.
Yeah, there's no doubt, Cynthia, right now, and we just about 45 seconds ago just got a new information on the system. As we take a look at the radar, though, you can see there's Orlando. The center of the storm right now, still a significant hurricane. It is to almost due south of Orlando, but the cluster of thunderstorms is almost running right along I-4 from Tampa.
Hello, Outdoors for Life, bro. How you doing, brother?
So that's the latest on the radar, and the latest position, still a hurricane. It's located almost on top of Sebring, Florida. 90-mile-an-hour winds, 70 miles due south of Orlando. The movement northeast at 8 miles an hour. So it's moving in that way toward Palm Bay, moving toward the Kennedy Space Center right now itself. There's the track, still a Category 1 as we head through the next several hours, as it moves just off the coast of Florida, very near the Kennedy Space Center. Around sunrise tomorrow, it'll be a very strong tropical storm. Then it's over the Atlantic, and then it makes a second landfall as a very strong tropical storm up between Charleston and Savannah, so up in coastal South Carolina, and then it will continue to move off to the north, dumping very heavy rain throughout the Carolinas, and then also into Virginia and West Virginia as well. For us here in North Texas, we have clear skies out there right now. The normal low tonight is 64, and that's just about where we'll be in the middle 60s for lows tonight. Very pleasant weather around here, but that is certainly not the case. It is life-altering weather in the state of Florida right now. I'll have more on Ian. I'll have more on our forecast here. I'll talk about our weekend outlook, too. That's all coming up.
All right, Pete, now back to Ian and the people who had to ride out the storm. Both Disney World and Universal Orlando shut down ahead of the hurricane, and now hundreds of guests are hunkering down in the hotels. Our Morgan Young spoke to a Texas travel planner whose clients are riding out the storm, but still managing to smile. every trip to Disney World is special.
We had chosen the date September 22nd through the 29th.
But for Meredith Shank's family, even more magical.
We knew when we started foster care that if we ever did adopt children, that we would take them to Disney World to celebrate our forever family.
So they planned to take their daughters. Ian was not on the invite list.
Monday morning, I woke up and I saw the new models that had come out, and I said, okay, we need to get out of here.
They were able to fly home to Dallas 2 days early before the airport closed. That was not the case for Susan Heidenrich's clients.
I have several families there now.
She's a Texas-based travel planner that specializes in Disney vacations.
There's no way to get out. My clients that were supposed to leave today and tomorrow have extended through the weekend.
But she says there are worse places to ride out a storm than Disney World.
My family's kids they've been loving it so far.
Clients have been sending her photos and videos like these of characters visiting the resorts to hang with the kids and other events to keep them busy and protect parent sanity.
One of the resorts is hosting a big pajama party. Come down into the lobby in your pajamas, bring your favorite stuffed animal. We're going to do a parade.
Ian's impact.
Sorry to hear that, man. I'm gonna put you on
My
the.
clients get to go home Friday and Saturday. We're going to kind of.
I'm gonna put you on that prayer list, man. Outdoors for life, man. I got a prayer list, man, that I have going, man. I'll put you on that list, bro. Hold on. There my boy is. There's Florida Profit Hunter. What's up, man? Thank you for stopping by. There's Florida Profit Hunter, y'all. Florida Profit Hunter's in the house. Let's fucking go. Oh, no problem, bro. See, man, here's the prayer list so far, man. This is how big my prayer list is, guys. Let's fucking go for it then, man. Let's go for it.
And these new numbers tonight, they show it's a winning issue here as well. Let's walk you through the numbers here, because this is part 2 of our poll.
Oh, I don't care about this shit. Hold on, dude. I gotta find something real quick. Shit.
Right now. Don't fill up your bathtub right now.
Hey, you know what the fuck I forgot at work? My fucking charger. I need your charger. Come and give it. Damn it, man.
And of course, those heavy winds that may be with us for a little bit, and that's what's really keeping
Hey, Michelle.
from getting out tonight. But as you guys just mentioned in the studio, they're really hoping.
Hello, Huntress, if you're here, Huntress.
At daybreak, so we'll continue to keep our eyes on that for you. But for now, that's the very latest from Lakeland. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Brendan. Of course, the wind too. Really, that's has to be a certain 35 to 40. They need it to be less than that for them to be able to get out and get to work. You know, Brent talked about.
I got you outdoors, man. I got you on the prayer list, bro.
This is across the Bay Area. Now is not the time to be using a lot of water because you don't know if there were an issue with the water treatment plant, until we hear from our public officials.
There'll be a lot of boil orders, and we'll get a lot of instruction on how to move forward, but you want to
Don't
be careful
tax
with
the
it.
system.
If you have that supply of water that you were urged to get, try to use that if you haven't used it already, but try to stay away from the water, until you're sure it's safe.
And I do want to mention as well, because we have Brent and Paul, we have crews in really every county.
Yeah.
And Manatee County is an area where we are waiting to see exactly what happened, to Manatee County. And we know that, Scott Hopes, the county administrator, was very adamant about, especially the barrier islands, and getting out and making sure that people were safe. And we know that 5,000 residents and visitors, basically 2 hours before the shelters locked down.
Sorry, y'all, I'm not going over.
Hurricane Ian.
Hello, Hunter Scratcher. How y'all doing, man?
Nobody needs to be shamed. Everybody makes decisions for
good.
whatever. Yeah, and I think it's a tough decision to make. It is tough to leave your home, tough to leave your family. Pick up your family and move them.
Not only that, this shifted.
And
you had your plan, and you're like, I'm going to stick. We tell you, right? Make your plan, stick to it.
Well, look at the people who headed eastward Orlando, thinking that was the smart move. The people who headed south down toward Naples, thinking, hey, it's going to go up for the Panhandle or Tampa Bay.
Oh, you got COVID, bro. My bad, bro. I'm sorry to hear that,
Storms are unpredictable. Storm paths change. That's why we've been kind of following every path. I mean, we looked at the various models out there.
Oh, I know.
And the European model, we're looking at the other models, and they were so different at times. But then they came together at a certain point.
And here we are, Thursday. Here we are Thursday morning, where Hurricane Ian came on shore yesterday, 3:05 p.m. Cayo Costa in Southwest Florida, just north of Captiva, south of Boca Grande. Category 4, 150 miles per hour. And then here in Tampa Bay, where we are expecting all of this storm surge, that is what Southwest Florida took for us.
Yep.
And instead of storm surge here in Tampa Bay, we actually saw all of that water sucked out of the bay and the river. Carly Gomez has been along the Tampa River Walk for us. She's live with us this morning. And Carly, right now, what are you seeing? Because you're saying you're starting to see some of that water level come back up, right?
Yeah, that's right. And the thing about this is we've been seeing big changes the entire time we've been here, from heavy downpours to strong wind gusts to receding waters to now slowly getting some of that water back. And I want to show you this because earlier, just about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, we saw this area here is a small area of kind of a beach, but in the middle portion, there was actually what we saw kind of like an island setting. That island is gone. You can just see water at this point, no more of that little beach popping out in the middle there as an island, just covered now with water. And if you also take a look further down the river, you can see there's still some beach available out there to look at, but a lot of the water starting to come in. And then just below here, you can actually see some storm drain water coming into the river as well. Now, while the rain has pretty much come to an end at this point, we are starting to see some of the winds still continuing to pick up. And take a look at the sky. You can actually see from the ground here a division of the clouds. The separation.
Sorry guys, I gotta get my laptop on. Sorry.
The storm kind of starting to slowly drift its way toward the northeast. A lot of the clouds separating, and that's what we're seeing is just mostly wind now and very little rain left behind. Now, we can still get a few of those occasional scattered showers like I've already been seeing throughout the night, but at this point, it's really eased up, and the bigger concern right now is that the sustained winds are slowing down, but the gusts, they're still a big concern because we're still seeing them.
Yeah, I was going to ask them. I'm glad you asked that, Laura.
Slowly starting to come back.
We want to head to our south out to Venice right now. Take a look at some damage down there. We're going to show you, this is a theater that has been damaged down there.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that is just sad to see, isn't it?
So Venice, again, very, very close to where we saw Hurricane Ian come on shore. This is the first images that really we've seen out of Venice. Since we've been we started coverage. Wow. and it's really hard to make out some of that, but it's definitely a lot of damage there. And we also know, earlier, remember the Northport Special Response Team, they were going out, not far away, they were going out overnight trying to assess damage, but also, obviously looking for people too.
Yeah, I was just looking here at the Venice Theater, some more information.
Yeah, looking for people for sure, man.
It's community theater there in Venice, Florida, so, it's tough to see the kind of damage here. It's a little hard to see in the photo here, but.
It looks like the entire facade is completely.
All right, Florida, Outdoors for Life. Yeah, I sure will, bro.
Yeah, we're told.
I sure will.
Bottom left, it's hard for us.
Is that water too?
The monitor that we're looking at right here to get a clearer picture.
Is that storm surge too with the water? I can't tell. Yeah, it is.
Opened in 1950, this theater here.
Wow.
And so it's been around for a while, part of Venice. But I think we're going to see a lot of that in the days to come. When we talk about housing in Florida, there's a lot of housing that just is not ready for any hurricane. In fact, certainly a hurricane the size of
A catastrophic hurricane.
Yeah, I mean, and most homes are unable to withstand that, and I think that's the challenge. And you look at an area, down Sanibel.
You're welcome, bro. No problem, man.
That's a narrow kind of path.
Sanibel, Captiva, and Cayo Costa is right above Captiva.
This is Sanibel.
This is video of Sanibel. We have been trying to get video of Sanibel. This is coming from the city of Sanibel, obviously showing.
Look at that rushing water, man.
Ripping right in with that storm surge. You can see the signs to kind of give you a gauge. And Dave, this is.
I think this is time-lapse video right here. It appears but we know it's moving quickly.
Right, but Sanibel and Captiva are my family's personal favorites.
Sure.
Just a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful treasure that we have here in Florida, and to know what they've experienced, the people who live there, the people who work there.
My wife and I honeymooned there.
And I I'm not going to give you my secret of my favorite place to stay, but it's a good one.
Yeah, there's some beautiful places out there, restaurants, but it is a kind of a narrow path out there, narrow stretch.
Because you have the
water on both sides.
Yes, and sometimes you even end up with, in Sanibel specifically, sometimes you'll even end up with alligators in the Gulf.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because the Caloosahatchee is right there as well too.
We want to look at storm surge if we can right now.
In Fort Myers.
Yeah, and
right
here. This is time-lapse video, and this is
You're naked in the hurricane.
Brennan Krill, it says right here. It says I've been capturing video from the webcam in Fort Myers all day, and I put it in a time-lapse. Check out the storm surge.
What? Fuck you want?
I
gotta get these chargers tonight.
I only have one. You
I'm trying
got
to figure
that
out
one?
exactly where this
Hopefully
is
it's fucking charging slow.
in Fort Myers.
You turn the light on.
Incredible.
Teacher, we need to come over.
It's so sad to see, and that, because this
Go on,
city
Teach. Get up there.
City of Fort Myers.
Get up there. Go on, get up there.
You ain't going to with your stuff on it.
Get up there.
Come
on.
I think we're all thinking about the people we know down there right now. I'm thinking about some friends of mine down there who I connected with yesterday. We were making sure that both our families were okay, and I've been unable to reach
Go on, get up there, buddy.
hoping that they're just fine. But I think we think about.
And I reached out my friends had reached out, hey, you guys gonna be okay with the kids, everything? I said, yeah, we're fine. And so then I reached back out, hey, where are you out? We're in Fort Lauderdale, we're safe.
Right.
Who knows if they'll come back.
But a lot of it's connectivity issues. A lot of the phone companies are down. People unable to call out. So
but
do not panic if you're unable to reach them.
Dab it, clean it in and out.
That Governor DeSantis, if you're joining us, especially if you're joining us here online, you're watching on the 10 Tampa Bay app, we welcome you, Courtney Robinson, along with Dave Wagner. We should say, Governor DeSantis said there will be 100 portable cell towers that are going to go they'll deploy right into that area as soon as possible, and we are going to hear from the governor in just about 7 hours from now,
Yeah.
we'll hear from him on the plans going forward. But those cell towers will get in there and hopefully give people access they
You're sick,
need that
dude.
they've been cut off
And
from.
we know it's not.
You're, like,
quick
really,
enough,
really
and
sick,
you've got
dude.
somebody down there that you're worried about, family member down there, and thinking about them. It's like, I cannot reach them. What's happened? Are they okay? Try not to panic here.
Or even, calling out.
Yeah, it's just very difficult, the signal down there, and I've tried to reach family down there myself, so it's difficult.
Yeah, here in Tampa, we have crews, again, in every county, we have crews all across the city of Tampa to kind of give you a view of what's happening in your neighborhood, if you've left or if you're still here, so that you as leaders have asked, please do not go out and do not be in roadways. Our Megan Myers is live in downtown Tampa, not downtown Fort Myers, downtown Tampa. And Megan, you've seen the conditions change over the last few hours. We're having a little bit of difficulty hearing Megan right here.
Megan, if you can hear us, we can't hear a microphone. Stand by,
Right.
we'll fill a little time here and talk about some other things.
Well, you noticed, look, the other thing we gotta say is people have been on air for a really long time, we got batteries, and you notice, for people at home, I think it's interesting, they have the ziplock around it, water issues and whatnot, so that we can make sure we prevent audio problems.
Pork
Yeah,
steak.
let's go back to Megan now.
I love pork steak.
Megan, are you able to hear us right now?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you just great, so you sound loud and clear.
Hey, guys.
Courtney was just asking
Hello.
how the conditions have changed. What have you seen? We've heard from others that there seems to be a little bit of a break and things may be improving slightly, although that may not necessarily be a permanent thing. What are they like right now?
Well, it's definitely still windy out here. The wind definitely is still pretty strong out here, but one thing that definitely we're not dealing with is a lot of rain. I mean, we have not seen a lot of rain.
Hello,
out here,
Karina.
and
Welcome
one
in,
thing
honey.
that's really good, at least in this specific area where we are right downtown, we're not seeing any flooding, so of course that is good, but the wind is still pretty strong out here. As you can see, the tree branches there are going back and forth. We're definitely still seeing a lot of that wind. Now, we have been seeing a couple of cars passing through in the past hour, which is different than we've seen earlier. Definitely still don't want to be out on these roadways. There's still a lot of wind going on, and officials want to make sure that people are staying safe. They say it's best to still continue to hunker down and stay inside and stay safe right now. Now, we are going to be staying out here and monitoring the conditions for you. Of course, you can count on us to continue giving you the latest update as we continue monitoring things. But right now, we're kind of dealing with the same thing. Not a lot of rain and just a lot of strong winds out here in downtown Tampa. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, and Megan, looking down at the streets, one thing that is very clear is there is not a lot of debris in the streets, true?
Yes, and that is very good. Not a lot of debris in the streets. Not, like I said, we're not seeing any flooding out here. Another thing I do want to point out is if you take a look at this building right here, you can see it does look like a lot of people still have power here in downtown Tampa. So obviously some good signs that we're seeing. And another thing is I did mention we've seen a couple cars passing through, but at least we're not seeing anyone walking
Just
around.
fucking
We're
go
not
for
seeing
it then,
anyone
man.
hanging out here, which of course is a good thing. Officials say it's just best to hunker down inside, stay inside, and just really ride this thing out.
All right, Megan Myers live for us in downtown Tampa. Now, I do want to show you other parts of Tampa because we know that, downtown, the roads are clear. However, that is not the case in other areas. If we have that video, if we could pull that up, of course. Yeah, you can see this right here. This is actually in Clearwater, where you see a tree down right there. In other parts of Tampa, we were getting video.
Tissa Smith, how you doing? Thank you for coming in. Appreciate it.
Where trees have come down. They've come down on houses. Those large oak trees have come down on cars. So, be mindful that what we're seeing in one area is not what we're seeing in other areas.
And the danger doesn't really end just because the wind dies down. Those roots are so, the water has really saturated the soil, and they're going to be vulnerable for a while. So just be very careful, and particularly around some of these trees that are already kind of damaged.
What's up, Pardon Jane?
Tomorrow.
Yeah, so.
You know, if you're out, you're
Hey,
out and you
Karina.
walk through your neighborhood and see, one thing to really keep in mind after a storm like this, and even our reporters know it, is not to stand under a tree because those limbs come down. And, obviously the wind is something that we're watching. Rich Fields, meteorologist Rich Fields is here with us. And Rich, the wind speeds, are you seeing them change at all?
Oh yeah, they've been coming down all night long. The storm is degrading as we go. The one thing I noticed about those shots you were just looking at there, they were all in the daylight hours.
Yeah.
Did you notice
Yeah.
that?
Yep.
So can you imagine what we're going to wake up to tomorrow?
It's going to be a mess. We do know that. And even worse for our south, but terrible around here too, I'm sure.
So anyway, all right, let's just give a real quick recap. 90-mile-an-hour winds right now, moving north-northeast at about 8 miles an hour. Central pressure at 972 millibars, about 70 miles south of Orlando right now. It doesn't look like the impacts to Orlando are going to be as great as we originally thought. It's really decreasing now, and other than maybe some high winds and some rainfall, it doesn't look like Orlando's going to be dealing with a lot. But look at our current temperatures around the Tampa Bay area right now. You're very used to this map. We show it all the time on 10 Tampa Bay. But from current temperatures from 74 degrees in Wauchula and Sebring. But look at the
Honey,
Nature
what's
Coast,
up, man?
61 degrees up there, 70 in Brooksville, 63 in Newport Richey,
Kick
63
rock.
in Clearwater, 65 in downtown St. Pete. That's just nutty. And Polk City also in the 60s, Wesley Chapel at about 72 right now. So there's Ian, or what's left of Ian right now. You can see some of the watch boxes on your screen as we speak. Let's go in and talk about some of these. These are flash flood warnings for Brevard, Orange, Seminole, Volusia County till 4 a.m. this morning. We're also talking about the flash flood warnings until 3:15 for Osceola County as well. Peak wind gusts. This
Kick
is just
fucking rock.
since midnight tonight. Okay, we've seen huge wind gusts. I mean, 140 mile-an-hour wind gusts in some areas. We've been keeping track of them, but these are just since tonight. Look, St. Pete, almost 50 mile-an-hour wind gusts since midnight. Plant City, 48 mile-an-hour gusts. Zephyr Hills, 46 mile-an-hour gusts. Clearwater, 47 mile-an-hour gusts. We've lost some data from a couple of the collection stations through Polk County. And that's been going on throughout the night tonight. Don't know if that's weather related. I'm sure it probably is. But dew points also crashing. I mean, everyone knows in the Tampa Bay area, we've always talked about the humidity and dew points, how high it's been over the course of the last couple of months, mid and upper 70-degree dew points. Look how they're just crashing. 59-degree dew points
I'm Paula.
right now up in Crystal River. We've got low 60s through Newport Richey, mid 60s in St. Pete. Same for Sarasota, 67-degree dew point in Sarasota. So Hurricane Ian, look at this squiggly track that Ian actually took. I tried to blow it up for you so you could see how this thing just meandered around. We kept talking all day long, all morning long, all day long today before it made landfall. Hey, anything can happen. It's still wiggling around a little bit, but this is the reason why. Look at the circuitous track that thing took before it passed through Port Charlotte and then on through Lake Placid and eventually up through the Orlando area and then out over the Atlantic again through Charleston and then up through North Carolina, and it'll be a rainmaker and a windmaker for Washington, D.C., Virginia, and places like that. So there's the live radar right now. You can still almost make out a center of circulation for Ian. We're still in the middle of a Cat 1 hurricane.
Tension relief.
Rainfall totals have ceased. Look at how dry it's gotten
believe I fucking left my
beneath
charger
this
there at work,
storm.
man.
Just crazy. Even Pinellas County, how
You're
dry
in
it's
a
gotten
rush.
through Pinellas County. Very little rainfall, if any. All right, thanks, Natalie, for blowing that up for me. I really appreciate it. There's that circuitous course that I talked about, how this thing wiggled around before it
I'm not
ever
sleeping with
made
the fire.
landfall.
Hey,
it's
you.
crazy.
Good night.
Mother Nature, she's just wacky.
Hey, you.
She's a mad scientist,
Man,
right?
you can move it.
Here's some of the rainfall
You
estimates.
fucking move
We've
it
been
any
talking
other
about this
time.
all night long on the backside of the storm,
Why are
getting
you
some of
dropping
the heaviest rainfall estimates through it, and that will continue to propagate up through the Orlando area, the Daytona Beach area, and even
I got
offshore
it.
as it makes its
Fine.
way up to South Carolina through the overnight hours tonight and through the day tomorrow. So it's a massive storm, and it just keeps on going. It's
Mr.
the
Crappie
storm that
tonight.
just keeps on giving us more and more and more. But we're not done with it yet, and we're certainly going to keep an eye on it through the overnight hours and even through tomorrow morning.
Rich, just double checking. What's the temperatures in St. Pete right now? 65?
I believe, was that a dew point or was that a temperature? Let me back up a couple here and let me see real quick what it was. It might take me a couple of clicks, but nevertheless, I'll get to it. No, not a problem. It's made to go backwards. There's that crazy line. I just love that. That's one of my favorite
Damn.
graphics. Thanks, Bobby. Are you going back?
Sorry, Paula. I'll be, yeah, like I said, you're my first.
First thing, what would it be? It's warm down here.
5,000. I can answer that
It would be hot. What, 91 is our normal daytime high?
Well,
Yeah,
at this hour, what would it be, do you think?
Oh, it would probably,
89 and 74.
74 would be the overnight low. Yeah.
So, wow, I mean, what a dramatic difference.
Oh, let me get out of the way. There you go.
Interesting. Yeah, it's amazing how this whole system has changed our temperature.
Yeah, just crazy. And Bobby talked about that evaporative cooling earlier, and that's really one of the big causes. I mean, not only is Ian mixing up the atmosphere and dragging in some of that northern air, but that evaporative cooling is also playing a big part as well.
Well, and you talked about the wind speeds earlier, the wind coming down, and which is, wonderful news. But it was high. We saw the dust, and we don't know what kind of damage that caused in terms of weakening infrastructure. We do have video that we want to share with you. This came from the Tampa Police Department, and they just happened to be in Ybor City, and watch what happens. That traffic signal came crashing down. There's a dash cam video. And those Tampa police officers out on the street, doing their job, supposed to be there, and that came crashing down right there, right in front of them, and then
look at this
driving through neighborhoods, and you can see just trees down,
I
debris
can't get
and
it.
roadways.
I
and
sucked on it and I still can't get it.
More trees, and they're saying, stay off the road, stay indoors, and really, as we said, this is obviously daylight video, and there could have been more situations overnight, but once the sun comes up, we know that
Get any smoke out of it?
the emergency response teams will be out with the city of Tampa and obviously other areas going through assessing damage. They have heavy equipment vehicles, all of the special crews that are also going to be out and making sure that the roadways are immediately cleared so they can get people in to help.
Yeah. Courtney, did you see wants to, I'm talking to my producer here, did you see
Yes,
wants to go to Southampton?
Banana, what the
There's some video
fuck?
that was sent in. This is
Well,
Ballast
Prophet
Point.
said, what the fuck?
And you can see, so this Ballast Point Park, you may be familiar with it, it's over by the fishing pier, and, a place where a lot of people really enjoy. And you can see right here, a tree down right there, and then quite a few branches, and big branches in the roadway as well. And then I think the video flips around, and you're
I sucked on her THC.
This is why
I want you to suck on it more.
You're going to be driving or going somewhere, and you're going to come upon things like
No, thank you. Shout out to the 15, 16 in the chat. Appreciate y'all, man. Love y'all, man. Let's fucking go for Florida Profit Hunter.
And whoever else lives in Florida.
From one location to another, and it was a mistake. You just can't see
She was
all the stuff on the road.
Who is Tissa Smith? That last name sounds familiar.
I ate some of the cream too. I told you.
There's traffic out there. Plus,
I told you I would.
Oh, excuse me, Jesus.
There will be dusk to dawn curfews. National Guard will be called out. Certainly down in Fort Myers, Naples.
Naples, there's a citywide curfew already.
But they will have the National Guard out there.
Oh, you heard us all.
Very careful, Paul.
Look, this is what it is.
Sarasota, we've been talking with Hannah Deneen, who's been at the Emergency Operations Center, and Hannah, speaking
You're smoking that too fast, man.
head of emergency management.
Yeah, you are. You're almost
they have
almost
1,000
done.
National Guard troops that are there, ready to go.
Go fucking hit that motherfucker 100 more times.
And so we're so thankful for them.
We do want to go to
I don't want to use them three over there.
in
The
Manatee
last three
County
I
last night,
have
where a
in
man
there.
Well,
from
that's not my
Michigan
fault.
lost his boat due to
You heard us sucking?
yeah.
Give it 1 second and then.
Physically, I'm fine. I'm a rotten.
Well, he heard it now.
For 3 years is now completely demolished. So the boat you've been working on for 3 years. Yeah.
Was it tied up here?
No, it's tied up out there, and the anchor lines broke because of the hurricane. It came over here. I tied it up here, put all the bumpers out, and she was fine. I thought she was right out the storm here. But the winds were just too big. They came in and they overpowered the banks on the other side. And it started to slowly fill up the boat.
It was moored out there?
Let's fucking go.
Okay. So
Christmas
it was
Crash, how
out
you
there,
doing, hon?
And it broke loose, and I saw the anchor lines, and I kind of figured that maybe
What the heck is
you might have
that?
tied it up here.
What's that mean?
But you didn't expect this
No.
to happen, of course.
No, no.
LF.
I've never been
Let's
in
fucking go
Four.
for it. Let's fucking go
I
for
bought this boat, I retired, and this was
it. Big black cock, no, thank you very much.
And now it's,
Ooh.
3 years and $50,000 just
What were
in
they
repairs.
saying about that?
It was just about done.
So sorry. What do you got in here? You got everything in here then.
All my tools. I mean, I was coming out here in the summer and the winter and working on
What the heck is TISA?
the whole
Hello,
winter. I had
Tisa.
all, clothes.
Tisa,
and,
it's somebody in my
it was
chat.
Really, I mean, a brand new appliances, brand new flooring. I just did a $12,000
Oh,
convertible
look,
top,
look
brand
at
new. I took it off
Let me see.
2 days
if
ago
I
to
can
save
go
the
check
top,
this shit out.
and now I have a $12,000 convertible top with no boat to put it on. Just for a loss. I mean, I redid both motors, completely redid everything on the bottom, moved in the generator. I spent 3 years and $30,000.
And we are going to hear so many stories of so much loss, and I'm just glad he's okay.
Yeah, I mean, here's this area, for those of you perhaps watching online, don't know much about this area, but this area brings in so many new residents. And so for this gentleman to say he's from Michigan, there are a tremendous number of Midwesterners down in this area who are now calling this home, and they have never experienced a hurricane. Most of us who've been here for a period of time have experienced tropical storms or even hurricanes in some cases, but a lot of people just do not completely understand, don't know how to prepare. And this is
Or you forget. You may have been through it and you just, but in that situation. And also, I will say, so the county administrator, we did hear from, he talked about, in Manatee County specifically, because a lot of people live on boats. And so talked about, and talked about, making sure that your boats were taken care of.
You're not a fucking mod on this
And
channel?
the county administrator said,
Can we be on the fucking phone now?
I'm blocked.
Can you be on the phone then?
Tuesday,
They're charging.
tying up his boat as well. So, and the Coast Guard also addressed that. Again, it is so heartbreaking to see anyone lose something that they
$50,000 in his dream of retirement and having this boat. You feel for the guy. It's really, so much of our area, like Gulfport, really
Get up, it was
vulnerable
just fucking right there,
on the
man.
water.
And Arjuna Bourne, she has been making her
I
way
just sat here.
all around Pinellas County, and she is in Gulfport
The
for us.
remotes are right there. Hi.
Yeah, we're in downtown Gulfport, where I can officially confirm they've got jokes. This pet boutique saying, "Bark off, Ian," and "No treat for you." Mm-mm. And over here at this ice cream shop, they're saying, "No ice cream for Ian, not tonight." Honestly, Gulfport is looking pretty good. We did see, I don't know, there was some damage here. There's this, it looks like maybe a
Where
heater
do
that's
hurricanes
fallen over
get
and been
their
damaged. I don't know why you would need that this time of year.
NOAA's National Hurricane Center does not control the naming of tropical storms. Instead, there is a strict procedure established by the World Meteorological Organization for Atlantic hurricanes. There is a list of male and female names which are used on a 6-year rotation. There you go, Harden. Was that you, that ass? Good to hear that Paula itching to scratch was okay. Here you go, babe.
Thursday, people were standing at the end of the pier. I don't know if you saw that. This around this
You
morning,
slut, that's why I couldn't get a hold of you, bro.
And then now, this.
I've been on that pier many times, and walking down the end of the pier.
Yeah, prayers for a Florida profit hunter.
There's a beach right down there, that little.
Yeah,
And who else lives in Florida?
you know, so much of our beach.
There's a whole list
in
of
these
people like that
areas
right here.
might
Well,
be
there you
washed
go.
away.
They all
From
got
here to here.
prayers.
Damage on the beach.
They all
Here to
got
here.
prayers.
All these people live in
Mangroves are
Florida.
so important. They protect some of these areas that are really, really
There you
vulnerable,
go.
and that's why they don't want you cutting those down. But
This is the surge that was supposed to come to us,
yeah,
you know?
yeah, we could have had that on St. Pete.
Yeah, I know, right, Paula? I caught the end of his live stream. I caught the end when he was on his last ticket.
But speaking of Sarasota and Manatee County, I mean, they did, we do know.
When he won that $100.
You know, did
Picture of that Michael, the necklace that
some
Michael won.
impacts. And one thing that we heard, we heard regarding
If I
the
don't,
bridges
follow my own
specifically, was that, you know, the bridges for marine traffic would be down, the drawbridges, you know, going on to like.
And it's got more.
But they would remain down. And then the Coast Guard said, you know, after all of this is done, they're going to have to inspect them and do all that before things.
Shout out to the 16 people in the chat, man. Appreciate it. Love y'all, man. Thank y'all for being here. This is updates for Hurricane, what the hurricane is doing, man. If you guys got family in Florida, please get them to get a hold of you if they can. People in Florida, man, if you haven't already, please go to my video
Bobby Deskins, I saw you
and
wave
comment
at me.
that you guys are all right there. So I know you're all right.
That video that showed of Naples right there, we can cue that back up. That was earlier in the day, obviously it was daylight.
Right.
But that was when the center was still just a little bit off, like southwest of that point.
Okay.
And so the winds were coming up from the south. So what
So that's what we were seeing.
I kind of wanted to see the pier, because if you watch the water on the pier. There it is.
Oh, no, that's.
Thank you, Lord. Appreciate it, Lord. No problem.
We're trying to get that video. Yeah, we'll get that back up. But the point I was trying to make is that initially it was called a longshore current, which is going parallel to the coast. And you saw the people at the end of the pier, at the base of the pier.
You too, Paula.
Yeah.
It was just going from left to right. See how it's going
Paula,
from
I'll
left to
be
right?
here if you could wake back
That
up.
was earlier in the day when the winds were coming from the south to the north.
Right.
Later, after landfall, the bottom side
Right?
of the eye wall
Right.
went through that area, and that was the wind that was coming directly from the west to the east, perpendicular to the land here. We saw at least a 9-foot surge out of that.
Right.
So, I mean, just being from the Carolinas, I mean, I can't imagine that pier is completely intact.
No way. I mean, yes, same, you know, I think about like the Sunset Pier and all that kind of stuff, yeah,
I'd
exactly.
just be shocked. And their homes,
What the heck
really
is
close to
on
the
it
beginning.
saying?
You see them in this video.
But fake weed?
Their homes, residential area, relatively close, so. Yeah, it's
That's a good, it's interesting, and Bobby, like you said, I think that was a good perspective, you know, that it's like both sides getting
It's
hit.
going right here.
right. Yeah,
So, do we have Northport? Okay, we do. So I wanted to share this with you because I was going through this earlier. We shared that the Northport Special Response Team, even at night, they tweeted this out earlier, and we shared it with you. And, you know, the winds had died down, so their special response team was heading out to evaluate. And they have several videos that they posted in this tweet, you know, of these wonderful, wonderful first responders. They weren't going out to just evaluate damage. They were going out to help people and look for people. And
Hi,
I
Paula.
go through this, and I will tell you, people
Her name is Trisha.
in this tweet.
Who?
I'm trying to pull it back
Paula
up.
was asking what
I
her
was
name was.
looking at the comments, and people we're saying, I haven't heard from my family. Please check the houses on this street. My mom and 90-year-old grandma are there. Please, can you go here? I haven't heard from my family. Lost contact with them in this place over 8 hours ago. They live here. Please provide updates. So people were reaching out on Twitter saying, I haven't heard from this person. This is where they live.
Right.
Can you please go check on them?
right, and these are welfare checks, and it's very common for police to get these kind of calls where I heard, I'm worried about them, could you go out? In this case, in this case, these are, people worried, but keep in mind, communications are down in these areas. It is really, really difficult to reach people. I've been trying to reach my family members down south.
Well, Northport was so close to where it came on shore.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean,
of
so
course.
close.
Yeah, so I mean.
Look at that water, man. Holy shit.
Your grandmother, oh my goodness.
Yeah, well, you hope those
Look at that
people
fucking water,
get out
man.
there. You know, we evacuated in our area a lot of hospitals,
that were in vulnerable areas. And,
Say, what's up, man?
It's just to make sure that the most
It's a category 1 right now. It's going into it's a tropical storm.
I'll be okay. This place is probably okay.
Hey, Big Scratcher, what's up, man?
Right, well,
Look at that fucking
and
water,
of course,
dude.
right now, I mean, you're looking at video of Naples and the waves. You're right.
That's in
you're right
Naples,
in that
Florida.
sense. I mean, I really, we obviously listened to all of our meteorologists. We had plans. We talked about the storm surge. We knew our evacuation zone, where we need to go. So we chose not to go very far and to just go, as we've said, just a couple miles to a higher elevation, non-evacuation zone, to some friends where we hope that we wouldn't lose power. And so, man, we've just been so incredibly blessed.
And not everybody has that option. Not everybody knows.
Sorry, guys, I'm not playing the game tonight or last night, man. I gotta focus on this right now.
Place that they can go. Their special needs.
Thank you, Florida Prophet, on it for seeing if he's all right, man.
Some people make decisions to stay for various reasons, but boy, we hope you all.
And also, it was tough. They didn't know exactly where he was going to go.
Look at those people who went north or went to east Orlando or down south to Naples, thinking they were escaping. When in fact, the scary thing is these people are trying to escape the storm, thinking they're going to be in a safe place. In fact, some of them drove right into the path of it.
Our meteorologist, Natalie Ferrari, is joining us. And,
maybe you are
Natalie, it's still in
Jose Herrera, what's up, man?
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Dave, Courtney, there's something that you guys brought up earlier, and it's kind of been sitting with me for a while. When it comes to future storms, when we're talking about impact, when it approaches the coast, we never want to compare storm to storm, but sometimes it can be easy to do that naturally, especially when it comes to our property and our decisions. I will tell you, whenever you're talking about a storm, a tropical system making its way towards the coastline, that is why we have this cone.
Thank you, Karina. Thank you for the update on them guys, too, as well, guys. Thank you for updating each other with each other about people, man, that we love, man.
Further and further away, and basically we are doing as
everything is all right, Jose. Appreciate you, bro.
This is why we definitely stress you never ever want to compare one storm to the other when it comes to your decisions, when it comes to maybe things that you need to be doing to protect yourself, your family, your property. There's a reason for that, and it's because no two storms, as much as we want to, no two storms are the same, and we are seeing that more so now than ever when it comes to how these storms each and every summer have been evolving for sure. So just kind of keep that with you. I mean, I have a family, I have a home, I came from Houston, I came from the Harveyville, so I totally get it, and I know what it's like. The last ice storm I evacuated from was Ike, and that was in the early 2000s. So
for real,
and that's something that
Florida Prophet on the man. That's what we do in this community, man.
The same. We still have, as you mentioned.
Yes, Jose, it is a category 1.
Into Highlands.
It is a category 1. It's a tropical storm. They're considering it now a tropical storm.
2 o'clock update. I'm wondering if those winds are dropping down just a little bit there, because this has been weakening actually pretty quickly, but the impacts are still being felt, and that's why we still have some of those hurricane warnings through our interior locations. Just in case you missed it, we do still have one last flash flood warning for our area. This is now for Polk County. This is going to go until 3:30 this morning. So we had mentioned, what's trying to be left over from some of that rotation, some of that potential leftover eye, I should say, that eye wall that just totally collapsed, fell apart. We're actually struggling to see any area of circulation in the middle of Ian. That is where we're seeing the heaviest rainfall and the strongest winds.
Fall down.
And that is why we still have that flash flood warning. A lot of copious amounts of rain falling in a short amount of time still, even as we make our way through the overnight hours. The bulk of this energy is going to continue to push off to the north and to the northeast. So let's move this forward.
Point start on the down low.
To see things kind of change over time. That track will take it up towards north of Ticonderoga, I think even north of Titusville, just out south of Daytona, scooting it out. But look at the swath of rain that has just encompassed central Florida. We're talking easily.
Look at 19 and a half inches, 12 and a half inches, 15 and a half inches, 15.1, 11.9. Look at the path that it's going.
Tuesday night, because some spots to our south started feeling these effects throughout the afternoon and evening hours on Tuesday. You can actually see where on the north side of that eye wall we had those deluges, those downpours of rain continuing to trail for a prolonged period of time, almost in the same area, just dumping all of that rain. And you know what? We do still, just south of Orlando, all the way through northeastern Polk, back
to the east, we are dealing with these pockets of moderate to heavy rainfall, but I'm telling you, these, with that gusty wind that's associated with it.
The eye of
these
the
are
eye of the
actually
storm is still right
absorbing
here.
Very, very heavily.
You can't
Some
see it
spots
really,
still
but
even
it's right
feeling
here
like that
still.
sideways rain for sure. But look how the northeastern quadrant of this just continues to scatter all up and down
right
along
there.
the east coast.
Oh,
I-95
there,
is
put
soaked
the-
right now from Merritt Island, Cape Canaveral, all the way back towards Daytona Beach, and even further up to the north now at this point. Back out towards here, close to home, because I know some of us are have those questions of when this rain and wind are going to wrap up. I'm telling you, we're actually going to get rid of the rain sooner than we'll get rid
Okay,
of
Zed,
the
appreciate
wind.
you, bro.
See, over Polk County, again, this is kind of in our local DNA, or what we call our local Tampa Bay region. This is where we still have some of that more steady, moderate to light pockets, but let's bring it back out towards Hillsborough and Pinellas. Things have lightened up significantly when it comes to actual rainfall reaching the ground, but we still have quite a bit of wind. So these little droplets can actually still kind of sting you at times when they're moving so quickly in a short amount of time. Pinellas, actually a lot of the rain trying to give us a bit of a break and through much of the county at this point, and through Citrus, Hernando, all the way down into Pasco. Steady light with little pockets of breaks in between. So you can see the general trend is to take this storm to the north-northeast, right? So that's going to take the greatest impacts with it. You'll notice how this, again, is supposed to weaken, forecast to weaken pretty quickly here to a tropical storm status, but those impacts are not done just yet, because look what's going to happen. It's going to scoot its way to the north and then to the northeast, right over this little portion of the Atlantic. Not really forecasting enough time for strengthening, so likely maintaining tropical storm status, but we're talking about a third landfall.
That was your phone, huh, Jane?
The week. I think it's going to be late Friday morning, possibly even into midday, just near Charleston. But as mentioned, this could have any little deviation.
Sorry to hear that, Zed.
Which would impact any type of surge or even tides up towards South Carolina as we get towards the end of the week. I want to bring up something really quick before we advance this. Look how already we're starting to see those winds. You got that general counterclockwise flow. Just in general, across the state from Ian, because that storm is so wide, so massive, we are already starting to pick a little bit more, not only of a north wind, but a bit of a north-northwest flow. So what you can expect is in some spots where we had a bit of that water kind of do that negative surge effect, kind of recede, we're starting to see a little bit of that flow back in, but out towards...
Of course he's in the bushes, Prophet.
Beaches, some of our beaches out towards the immediate coast, you're going to notice a bit of that water pushing back in, which is typical when you have this pattern. You have those winds now wrapping on the backside, and they're kind of coming in a little quickly. So in some spots, it may try to scoot in rather fast, but the good news is as we move this forward in time, we'll see those gusts come down, and then eventually those sustained wind speeds come down. The heaviest, again, pushing just north and along I-4. Let's go ahead and move this overnight through sunrise tomorrow morning. Just like our southern counties earlier today saw the heaviest rain move in first, they're going to finally dry out, even through the Tampa Bay area. We're going to dry out first as far as the rain is concerned.
Of course you
will,
will,
all
B.
that moisture pushing well off to the eastern half of the state. Eventually, I think by possibly Thursday midday, especially into Thursday afternoon, east of I-75. That's where the bulk of rain will finally be positioned, really pushing actually towards that I-95 corridor. And then let's take you through Thursday, back into Friday as well. There is that other landfall, that third landfall going into South Carolina. Courtney?
Yeah, so Natalie, I wanted to actually ask you about this because we saw this in 2018 with Hurricane Florence, and it caused massive flooding on I-95 for South Carolina and even into like North Carolina, like Lumberton, that area. Do you remember that, Bobby, too? And it was really devastating. And it was because
They got places for them to go, James. I can't remember exactly where they all went. Well, a lot of them went, but they already had places for them to
So
go.
what's happening with this is a lot of this rainfall with the, if we can actually go, Rich, back to the graphic where it has the rainfall and the track, kind of where it came from and where it's forecast to go with those rainfall estimates. Because what's kind of happening with this system in particular is, yes, we're going to have right up along the Florida coastline of I-95, we're going to have a good chunk of that rainfall. The bulk of it, especially some of the heaviest activity, will forecast to push actually a little further to the north, into the northeast, back into the Atlantic. So, Rich, if you can go back one, I think it's one more graphic. There we go. And then you can scoot it up a little bit just to the future track. You can actually see how that takes us right just to the north of I-95. If we're able to move the map up to a little bit, you can see those heavier amounts are actually just going to be scooting offshore, Courtney. So
those forecast totals. Again, this is just some rainfall estimates that's happening right now, I should say. But look, if it follows that track, and we've been seeing some of the heaviest amounts kind of following either on the track or just to the north, that will pull a lot of it into the Atlantic. But I do think as we get into Friday, a lot of that rain, as I showed you in the futurecast there, it's going to start to kind of get an area of circulation back together as it approaches South Carolina.
And it's got a lot of the rivers in North Carolina and South Carolina, and there, you know, every storm is different.
Every storm is different. I should put that on a postcard and send it to all my friends and family. But I absolutely get it though. It gives us something to
But people
prepare.
might have evacuated there, you
Yeah.
know, even though we say you don't have to go far in certain situations,
Right,
they may have
right.
gone up to
Yeah, if we can go back to
on
the
95.
future cast, Rich, so I could just show, I do think, again, as we go through Thursday, the bulk of it, the good chunk of it is actually going to be clearing not only I-75, but I-95 on the other side. So let's take it back through Thursday afternoon, really into the evening. You see how a lot of that does push off to the north. Yes, there will be a portion of I-95 that will still have some of that steady, light to moderate rain, but I don't think it's going to be the torrential flood-causing rain that will be encompassing all the way up through Jacksonville, Savannah, all the way back up to Charleston.
Oh my goodness, I mean, we're...
Yeah, a lot of weeds to kind of go through when it comes to the nitty-gritty with the system.
Yes, well, of course, we are going to continue to stay on top of everything with Hurricane Ian as it continues to make its way across our state. And of course, as we start to approach daybreak and begin to understand the damage that has been inflicted on the Gulf Coast, all the way from down in Collier County up.
And some damage also in Broward County. I mean, this is
Right,
far-reaching.
with the swap,
That's all.
exactly,
Yeah.
yes, of course, and I'm sharing that with you. It's good to have all of you with us.
And I've got Alina lead. I made sure. Get Alina coffee.
I know, I did it
Somebody
too.
bring you one?
I know, I did it, I made
It's
it.
that time of night right now. Bobby, you got yours?
Morning, it's type of, morning, and it's already Thursday.
Anyway, so.
2 o'clock
We're
in
here,
the
it's 2 o'clock
morning.
in the morning, and of course we're with you on this one, so.
So, you know what, a lot of you may be watching on your phones, on your tablets, joining us online, because we do know that there are quite a few power outages that have happened in our area.
Here's your power
Take
outages.
a look at this power check, it's, you know.
Here's your power
First of all,
outages.
thank you for watching, and we do want to make sure that you're informed. This is the outages.
81,000.
And you can see, you know,
223,000.
223,000. If we zoom in to Pinellas County, which they said was the hardest hit area.
Pinellas County.
5,000 customers.
185,000
Power,
customers out of
and
electric.
They do have, you know, a lot of crews and those bucket trucks lined up at Tropicana Field, ready to go once it is safe, once the winds die down, and then they know that they're able to get in there and get to work. That will happen. And then, of course, with TECO, that number, all right.
I know, right, James?
TECO, 284,914 customers. That's more than 10,000 an hour ago.
Yeah, we definitely saw a jump there. As you can see the map there, you know, of course, 2.3.
2.3 million in the entire state.
The entire state. When I was here about an hour ago, we were talking about 2.2 million. Yeah, it's just
Lakeland,
And
Clearwater,
look,
in
they're
the
gonna
middle.
get to you as fast as they can. They've got to get out in the morning. They got to assess the damage. They got to clear the roadways and get these people in. And we've talked with Duke, we've talked with TECO about, you know, how they prioritize or how they do this. And there are a lot of factors that go into, you know, restoring your power. I mean, and so first of all, what the problem was, right? You know, is it a simple fix? Is it a much bigger fix? But they all have said, you know, really.
Yeah, Coolio passed away. He was 59 years
You
old.
would normally think of, right? The critical facilities.
That's the key, right? Like, I've covered hurricanes, I've covered snowstorms, and there's a process to it. Because you'll find frustration from people who say, wait a minute, my neighbor has power, but I do not. And it's understanding that you may not be on that same line. The priority would be hospitals and other, you know, assisted living
Yes,
facilities and so forth.
Florida
With
Prophet on it, he did.
conversation, et cetera.
He died
So,
this
you know,
morning.
Water treatment plants, because we've talked about the water a lot. Eric Glasser, speaking of water, Eric Glasser is live for us in Wesley Chapel in Pasco County. And Eric, you know, you're in a place where we actually saw Liz Crawford earlier yesterday, and she was kind of talking about the saturated ground and the trees. And now you're able to show us some of the damage that has happened since.
Yeah, that's as it was happening, Courtney, she was able to show you that. And now you can take a look and see. This is the accumulation that we've been talking about, right? Look, it's nothing like the storm surge and things that other people have been seeing in other parts of the state with this hurricane. But it is an indication of what we are seeing in Pasco County, and that's where we are, and that's what we wanted to let you know what people are contending with here. Now that's saturated ground.
Yeah, Gangster Paradise, the movie too. He was in the movie too.
Trees uprooted, and that's something that we
Yes, the rapper Coolio, Karina.
Where we're standing. That's
He was
the tree that came
59
down
years
earlier
old.
today. Well, you said today. Now it's yesterday. You're right. It's early in the morning, but that tree came down, and another one in the same area right there. Another big tree, and this has a lot more to do with. Again, the saturation of the ground, and less to do necessarily with the wind. It has been windy. We've got plenty of wind gusts. We're getting one
Sorry,
right
Michelle.
now. Not as much rain at the moment, and that's good news. You guys were also talking about something that I wanted to touch on. That's the power outages. Power outages often come because either a pole gets knocked over by heavy wind, or a tree or a limb gets knocked down by heavy wind. That takes out the line. That takes out the power. I will tell you that I have not heard this warning specifically from Pasco County, but in neighboring Polk County, there was another recommendation, another warning this evening for people that as the night progresses, that they want to make sure that people who are using their generators, who are now firing up their generators because they're starting to lose power, folks, remember, use that generator. It has to be outside the house.
I'll have to look, baby. Let me see some.
Inside the house,
Let me see some real quick.
fuel, and that fuel creates
Just
carbon
anyone.
dioxide.
Go back to
Again,
that.
I have not heard specifically about
All right, I'll look right now.
here in Pasco, but as the power is lost this evening, and we have seen transformers blowing, people are likely going to be firing up those generators. You must keep those generators outside in Polk County. They reiterated
How
that
did
warning this
Coolio
evening
pass
because there
away?
are certain cases of carbon monoxide issues. So again, just an opportunity, please. If you're going to generate your own power, make sure that is rule number one, that the generator is outside.
Cardiac arrest.
Remember, statistically, more people die from hurricanes after the hurricane.
Coolio, exact cause of his death Wednesday has not yet been revealed. However, Mitch Posey told TMZ, which first reported the news, that paramedics believe he may have had cardiac arrest. Why does TMZ get everything fucking first?
Same thing that you saw on Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa, where the water was just drawn out by the hurricane. The river emptied and the tide just pulled out. We saw the same thing at Hudson Beach and surrounding areas along the coastline in Pasco County, where the tide was just pulled out and
Said cardiac arrest. That's what the coroner so far is saying.
sand that would normally be underwater. People from this
Shout out to the 13 people in the chat still, man. Appreciate you all, man.
You can't be here. It's an evacuation.
Hit that
zone.
thumbs up if you haven't already for me. I really don't care about that right now.
There is concern that as the storm wraps those winds around from
The coroner is saying that they believe it was from cardiac arrest, but the said the exact cause of death on Wednesday had not yet been revealed. However, Mr. Posey told TMZ, which first reported the news, that paramedics believed he may have had cardiac arrest. That was from 2 hours ago, though. It was heart attack, yeah. U.S. rapper Coolio, known for his... No register for shit on my wife's phone. Known for his iconic hit Gangsta Paradise, has died at the age of 59. His longtime manager, Jariz Posey, told U.S. media the artist was found unresponsive on the bathroom floor of a friend's house in Los Angeles. Coolio started making music in the 80s, but he cemented his place in hip-hop history when he recorded Gangsta's Paradise in 1995. The exact cause of his death on Wednesday has not yet been revealed. However, Mr. Posey told TMZ, which first reported the news, that paramedics believe he may have had cardiac arrest. Coolio, whose real name is Artist Leon Ivy Junior Wonder. Let's send it back out there, guys, because you're...
Do what they have to do, and eventually all of us will get an opportunity to get out there and assess the damage. It's just, the warning, of course, is to be careful, not just during the storm, but after the storm as well. That's it.
Eric Glasser live for us in Wesley Chapel. Someone who always has his wits about him. I think that is good advice. It's easy after a storm to be wrapped up in, what you've lost or how to clean up and even more and the stress.
Of course, and people do get stir crazy, and it gets to a point where you want to be out, and that's
important.
not the thing.
Sure. Yeah, it's important to keep safety a top priority. And we will be watching Pasco County, of course, in the coming days, as we do expect the Annaclote River to reach those, crest at that 25-foot level, as Eric pointed out.
Why don't we go and check in with Brent Solomon, who is in Lakeland. He has been there throughout the night. I see you still covered up. Got the hat on there.
Has the rain died down?
Yeah.
You know what it has, and in fact, I just put the hoodie over my hat because I said I don't want my hat to fly on live television because that could likely happen. I mean, the story here, guys, is winds, and more winds. And on top of that, the rain that you just mentioned. Officials earlier saying several inches of rain falling an hour. And so tomorrow morning, we're almost there. We're almost at daybreak, several hours away. That will really shed light on exactly how much damage exists. That's when first responders will hit the ground, working to clear the roadways, and if conditions are right, that's when electric crews will be able to get to work to restore electricity. About an hour or so ago, someone asking me on Twitter, hey, when will electricity be back in Polk County? And it really is just too early to tell. We're hoping that crews will be able to manage to get out at daybreak to begin that work. But again, authorities are advising that it may take a matter of days, especially for roadways to clear. So this isn't an instant fix.
Oh,
I
for
will
sure it's
tell
not
you,
an instant
3,000
fix.
people tonight are in shelters across Polk County, and on top of that, 144 pets have come along with their owners inside of those shelters, as well as everyone works to hunker down. Well, for now, that is the very latest from Lakeland. Brent Solomon, let's send it back to you.
All right, Brent, thank you so much.
We're looking out a lot more, right? The down trees, down power lines that we're seeing through the area.
I was talking with a friend earlier, we're just checking in, she actually reached out, hey, thanks so much for keeping us all updated, right? And I asked, hey, are you okay? And she says, in Valrico, not so much. And at 1:30, they had lost power. Our Angelina Salcido is actually in Valrico, where we're also seeing much more than just a power outage.
Yeah, it has been a journey for us to get here, to say the least. The name of the game in Valrico is going to be down power lines, outages, and neighborhoods basically in pitch black. We tried to get to a viewer's home. His name is Anthony Raines. Kind of walk me through what he and his family went through earlier today, and we'll talk a little bit about that later on. But we were trying to get to his house because he had a big oak tree come into his house, and he's expecting that house is going to be a total loss. Tried to get to it. It has taken us quite a little bit, and we're still not there. And the reason being is because we have a lot of down trees, and with these down trees, you're going to see that we also have down power lines. So this big oak tree here on this road that is just before his house is basically bringing down 4 power lines here. Carter, can you pan up with me? You're going to see more power lines in the boxes here as well. So this is why these neighborhoods here are in the dark, and that's why Anthony and his family have also chosen to evacuate. This happened for him and his family right around 5 o'clock. He says he was outside kind of taking a video of the conditions from Hurricane Ian. His wife his month-old baby, his 12-year-old daughter, and one of his wife's friends was actually in the home at the time, and he saw his neighbor's oak tree coming down, and all he could do was say, run. He wanted them to get out of the house. He was yelling. Thank God nobody was injured. This is what he found when he walked into his house.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. The house is destroyed. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Wow, man.
No.
Really said.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm sure that you guys continued seeing the video there. I'm just gonna pop this out of my ear. So that's basically what he walked into after that happened. He and his family decided to evacuate to Dade City, where his parents-in-law, where his family-in-law actually lives. And they are currently safe right now. We actually spoke just about 30 minutes ago. He's actually probably watching this right now. Anthony and your family, we are so glad that you guys are okay and that you guys are safe tonight and in a safe place as well. But this is the story for many neighbors that live in this neighborhood. We're trying to get, obviously, to his house, like I was saying before, and almost every single road that you turn down, one is in black, but two, you either see power crews and officials trying to work on power lines right now, or you see that they're just in black and that there are trees down on the roads. We were extremely careful while we were driving up here, kind of shining our flashlight on all of the power lines to make sure that we wouldn't run into any, if they were too low or if they were on the ground, if that we wouldn't run into any of them. So that is the situation here in Valrico. Of course, if you live in this area, we do want you to be safe. Make sure that you report power outages or any of those down trees, down power lines that you might see. But for now, stay in your homes and be very, very careful when you wake up tomorrow morning, because you never know what you're going to walk out to. For now in Valrico, Angelina Saucedo, 10 Tampa Bay.
Yeah, and she's doing the right thing, right? That is the key when you are trying to get from one location to another, is to drive as slowly as possible in order to see what's ahead. When those roads are pitch black, it's not until you're right on top of something, be a tree, be a power line, that you realize. So you can see why it's taking her so long to get to that area. And then roads are not accessible in some cases.
Right. I mean, and so glad that that family is okay. I'm so glad that that family is okay, that they're in a safe place. And I do want to point out that's Valrico, Hillsborough County. All across the area, we have law enforcement that have been in these mandatory evacuation zones to also make sure. Yeah, actually, okay, Angie is still up for us. I wanted to ask her, because Angie, you talked about what you were seeing, as you were driving in and how difficult it was, and you talked about parkers and whatnot. But are you seeing law enforcement out as well? Because we know in Hillsborough County, if you go into a mandatory evacuation zone or anything like that, these are enhanced penalties. And so are you seeing law enforcement around as you all have been making that trek south?
Yeah, so we drove from downtown Tampa all the way down here to Valrico. The roads were empty. We saw one car crash where FHP was actually out assisting. And then once we got here to Valrico, we started driving through these neighborhood roads. We saw just about one fire rescue crew, and we also saw some power line workers as well that were trying to figure out what was going on, and about 2 roads that are down from here. So that's pretty much all that we've seen. We know that down in the
Welcome
city,
back,
they were
back,
told
Florida
that if you're in the dark right now, you're likely going to be in the dark tomorrow, because Chico is going to be hunkering down to avoid the winds and not take care of those power lines right away. So we were surprised to see that when we were driving here in Valrico, but that's pretty much all we've seen so far.
Angie, thank you. And we have to say, to all of our law
This is live, guys. This is
they're
live.
out there right now in these conditions, responding to vehicle crashes or any emergencies. It is so important to acknowledge that they're
Shout out to the
out
15 people in the chat.
families
Thank
too.
y'all, man. Love
They're
y'all, man.
out, making sure that we stay safe, so we can do what we can to make sure that we also stay off the road.
Yeah, and look at what Angie was showing us there in Valrico. You also have to remember there are going to be crews that will cut down trees and get them prepared as well, because it is a heavy lift for the entire area. So
It's a lot of work between everyone to get this done. Looks like we have some video coming up out of Port Charlotte of landfall. Oh my goodness, look at this. This is as Ian came into Charlotte County, and of course you can see that fence destroyed, the trees ripped up, and did you see that roof getting lifted? Yeah, I was looking at the ditch on top of the house as well. Look at the debris there and so forth. These are some of the images that we're, now getting, because during the actual storm, a lot of the cameras were down and we couldn't see much of it, but I mean, look at this right here. Of course, manufactured and mobile home parks really are vulnerable when something like this comes through. You can see there.
Oh my God.
Just the gust of it. I just hope that everyone, carport there, some sort of awning there. And awning is one thing that, like we've heard, we just hope that everyone is okay. And then right there, a window, yeah. Window blown out, and then even the crawl space underneath. Oh my goodness. We just hope no one was there and everyone's okay, fighting off all these homes. This is not too far from Port Charlotte, close to Cayo Costa and Punta Gorda. Obviously, it really takes your breath away. I mean, this is just a little bit. Look at that. That is the frame of windows. Yeah. I mean, our chief meteorologist, Bobby Deskins, over there, home of the RV. On the inside. But then you see those bicycles. Oh my goodness. And Charlie, right? You talk about Charlie going into Punta Gorda, making that turn, and of course the damage that we saw up. And Charlie was 10 miles, Bobby, right?
Yeah, it was about a 10-mile swath. That was really bad.
And what was Ian? What is Ian?
Well, Ian had an eye that was a little over 30 miles in diameter versus Charlie, which was about 10 or 12, 8 to 12, I think.
I mean, just look at that. Wow, that side of that building.
Oh, new construction.
And then, you always wonder also about those cranes. I mean, they are. Yeah, that was one.
You'll make it.
That was the question that we had for Mayor Castor, and they were very clear. We've told contractors, we've told all these crews, they've got to make sure that they have all their stuff put away so that it's not flying debris. And of course, we have had impacts here in our area, but clearly nothing compared to what Southwest Florida is going to deal with. A really incredible video. You want to? Just really. We can pop up that video if you'd like. This is studios down in Fort Myers. Wink News.
Really, Michelle?
How flooded it is. It's dark, but this is our CBS. You can see the TVs on the wall, and it gives you an idea of just how high that is there. And we have, we have friends who work here, and you think about them, you think about their safety, you think about everything that they're going through. Wink to give you some.
You know how many hours of sleep I had, bro, in 24 hours?
The Caloosahatchee River, it's right there.
Like an hour.
So when we saw that storm surge, Bobby, right, with the storm surge, especially with the Caloosahatchee, and I mean they're.
Wow.
Yeah. Look at that. And through their vehicles.
You see the very bottom of the screen?
Yeah.
They have barriers. They're not very tall, and of course it came over.
Yeah. And we have those at our station, right? We have those. So much you can do. Yeah, we have those in the Zone A, and this is what we expected, right? Potentially happening. We hoped wouldn't happen, but we thought we prepared for that, and that's why we're here off Hillsborough Avenue in our backup studios. Just unbelievable, and just. Hope that they're safe with it, man. All the equipment there. Is that a camera? Yeah, that's a camera. So while we can keep looking at this video, because I mean, just so that you understand the gravity of what so many communities just south of us are dealing with. But I want you to know that there are ways that you can actually help. We've heard this from the governor, and if you want to donate financially, that might be easiest for you. There is the Florida Disaster Fund, and you can just text the word disaster to 20222, or you can also volunteer. maybe you want to volunteer your services. In fact, I just heard from
I think the name
some of the guys.
is Matt.
Hey,
Oh, yeah, Bobby. Mark Devitt is,
right,
yeah, no, I could hear Bobby just talking, just wanted to.
right. Oh, Matt, yeah, okay. And but I want to share, you can also donate you can volunteer your time. You can, find ways to volunteer. I heard from others who texted me and said that some of the special operations force guys, they are gonna head down to help out. If you would like to help out, there are ways that you can help. Go to volunteer.
Really, Michelle, you didn't have to TMI, girl?
.org and you can find
She said,
opportunities.
sorry guys, I'll be taking you to the bathroom with me.
And there are so many people who are generous with their time, especially in
Dean,
this
there you
disaster,
go.
who absolutely will help out their neighbors and help out people very, very far away. So
What was it earlier with the Collier County Sheriff? Said be kind, check on your neighbor.
Absolutely.
And now is the time to do that because we have some more video of Fort Myers. Let's see what this is. Coming. Oh, this earlier. I saw this on Instagram. Did you see this? This was as it was coming in. This
I've just been combing through everything, trying to get,
This was
get on air.
this one was this that you see. I mean, this was before. This was before the land.
Alright, James, I'll be here, bro.
Again, Fort Myers in Lee County, and we saw in Lee County. I mean, gosh, we've seen so much. In Lee County, we saw that outreach center from the sheriff's office. Like command center, just drift away. And look at that.
There's homes, but that building almost looks industrial or apartment complex. I'm just getting an idea of what sort of area we're talking about here, because that is just completely underwater, obviously not accessible in any way. Look at the amount of water surrounding these buildings here. Just look at that. And then the winds as it goes through. Well, okay, and you see the cars on the lower part of your screen there, underwater as well. It's devastating to look at. It's hard to look at. So many people suffering.
Man, you hope everybody got the message. And this, the storm surge, Bobby, you warn us about it all the time, and of course, Bobby spent a lot, and our entire 10 Tampa Bay weather team spent a lot of time talking about storm surge, preparing us for that, where it was going to be, showing us those maps, talking about where to go, and you didn't have to drive very far to get away from it. So we do hope that people were able to get away from that.
So
In fact,
Bobby had mentioned the floodgates that we saw at Wink. Here's a look at Jabari Thomas right there. That's the floodgates. I don't know if you could see it from Wink, what that looked like. Well, it's similar to this. That's what we did to protect our building on Gandy Boulevard, right, not far from the water there. And we have to evacuate, obviously, we've mentioned it several times, because we're Zone A and we're prone to flooding. Of course, Jabari, they're taking that photo so our viewers could see what we were up against with our building. Hence why we're here in the secondary location.
Bobby, those floodgates, you know this, I think. I'm going to put you on the spot. Those protect us how much?
So we're about 8.5, and you add another 5 foot, I think, on top of it. The number gets us to around 13 or 14 feet.
Yeah.
But it's between 11 and 14 feet. Where's Lee goes?
I know. He's sleeping. He's finally sleeping, I hope.
Our magic number at the television station on the west end of the Gandy Bridge is 5 foot. If we see a storm surge, we can probably stay to 6, but we won't. So if we see a storm surge forecast that's 3 to 5, that 5 is just too close.
Okay.
4 to 6, we know it's an easy call, you got to go.
Right.
3 to 5 is a tough call, but you have to plan to go.
Yeah. And we've been planning for quite some time to just as many of you started planning months and months ago, putting your plans together and executing those. And again, we have been extremely lucky and extremely blessed in this storm, and there are going to be many of our community members who are waking up or are awake right now and have been up all night long because they have been dealing with some real damage, and we have to be there for them.
Looks like there's some more video. Do you have video out of Cape Coral that we're going to show? Just kind of just giving you know.
And there's so many canals in Cape Coral. That's the thing.
So you can see there a boat on a boat lift right there in front of you, and then on the left there's another boat as well. And when I first saw the video, I thought that this was the street, but then you'll see it come around the corner here, and then you'll see the front yard there.
The lanai totally
see
ripped
this
off.
gentleman running towards the front, and there's flooding there in this street here in Cape Coral, Southwest Florida.
You know, the timing of this was in daylight. The eye went over there. That could have been during the eye.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. And this is. I have so many friends who live in Fort Myers and live in Cape Coral, and we just hope that they're able to recover. Quickly. It's going to take a long time.
And the difficulty too is, you know, if you do recover, it's how long does it take?
Well, because everybody needs it. Look,
there's only going to be so many places people can move to as they rebuild. We already have a housing issue with enough.
Well, look, and also, we had Irma. During Irma in Collier County, for example, you had Immokalee and that community just devastated. I mean, Collier County's still recovering from Irma. They posted that earlier. They're still recovering, and so you see this, and you see it's not just one county; it's all these counties up the Gulf Coast. You know, of course, we want you to know what's happening in your
32-foot
neighborhood
Comer can't
here in the Bay Area.
of the night.
We've had crews all around Tampa. We had Angelina Salcido, who joined us from Valrico. We've had Carly Gomez along the Riverwalk, and right now
we're going to go back to Megan Myers, who's in downtown Tampa. She's been perched in this parking garage, just giving us a look at that area, which has been very quiet. Megan.
Hey guys, things are still really quiet out here in downtown Tampa, and if you take a look, can you guys hear me? Are you able to hear me? Awesome. This is just really calm out here. We're not seeing too much action out here. Obviously, the winds have subsided. As you can see, there is a City of Tampa police officer making their way through the streets here. That's the first car we've seen go through this area for a while now. Things are really calm out here. It's not even raining out here anymore. We're not seeing any flooding, at least where we are specifically here in this downtown area. Obviously, we know other areas are dealing with debris and flooding and things like that, but here in downtown, we're not seeing any of that. It's very calm, relaxed.
Right, James?
As you can see, this hotel here does have its lights on. They did not lose power. They've had their lights on the whole time we've been out here.
And do that for no reason, hon, James.
So things really are looking calm out here in downtown Tampa. Obviously, we know that's not the case all over our area. People are dealing with those damages, but here in downtown Tampa, we're just seeing calmness. We'll send it back to you guys.
For, you know, just throughout the night, updating us, letting us see, because...
but it is much different than...
It is. Yeah. So not far away, we have Carly Gomez, who's along the Tampa River Walk. A lot of the conversation we've had throughout the night is about how low the water level has been. We're going to check back in with her, Carly.
Yeah, we have been talking about those low river levels there, but we've actually started to slowly see them rise just a bit. As you can see here, we are seeing some of that water returning already along the Hillsborough River, and there's those patchy spots and beach spots that are starting to finally see some of that water come just on the shore of those little beach spots we've been seeing along the riverside. But behind me as well, we're also looking at a lot of debris. We've actually moved down the Riverwalk as we progressed through the evening hours, and just a lot of these palm trees kind of coming down and palms being pushed up against the railing here. So just a bit of a mess to clean up that we're all anticipating is going to happen tomorrow. A lot of crews expected to head out tomorrow and also work on all of this. Of course, it's all over town. We've seen it everywhere, pretty much throughout everyone's live shots. But something that's been interesting, despite the fact that we're starting to see the rain kind of become more light, the winds, at least sustained winds, have become lighter. A few occasional gusts here and there, but we're also seeing some of the divide in the clouds now, and what that's actually doing is it's now cooling us down. We're feeling actually much colder temperatures right now than we felt all day. Yes, we're getting closer to the morning lows as well, but we're now seeing the effects of the storm leaving and cooler air also moving in. And I want to talk about what we also noticed just about an hour ago as we saw our first few birds.
Yeah, really being your
This was a
fucking
big
sick,
deal,
dude.
but when you start to see some of the animals coming back and hearing them kind of move about the trees, you start to wonder, oh, are things starting to get back to normal, or is everything starting to feel more normal?
Yeah, forget about it until you hear it. Like, oh yeah, that's what
Shout out to the 13
yeah,
people
well, and
still in the
you
chat.
know, I
Appreciate
said
you
to
guys.
Carolina earlier when we were talking about all that water getting sucked out, not just from the bay, but also the river, the marine life.
Yeah, could you just imagine what the marine life is like right now in the ocean?
Yeah, you worry about that. But
Let's head back to Naples. Really, this is compelling video that we have shown of the fire station underwater, and it looks like we don't have it just yet.
well, you know what? I'll tell you though, that fire station, they started to take on water. They had to push out their fire trucks because they thought it started to smoke and didn't want it to catch fire. They pushed it out, started to get their equipment out. I checked back in. Water's gone.
I'm the
They're
same
back.
way, Michelle.
It's completely out. The water is out. They're back to work. And we also had a crew up.
With the hurricane hunters, we had an opportunity to send a meteorologist with them to experience that.
Look at that right there. Hey,
That's
Bobby.
what she described. Sheeta Craft was with the hurricane hunters, and she described Bobby.
That's inside the storm, guys. This fucking plane is inside this fucking hurricane, man.
Stadium effect.
The stadium effect. What is it? Can you explain?
So the eye wall has sinking air in it. And when air rises, it makes clouds. Right? It can. Condensation occurs. So when air goes up, it cools, the condensation occurs. Just like water that globs onto a cold drink out in the summertime, right? When air sinks, it dries out. And so air is going around in that eye wall and rising, making those clouds. And then air is coming down in the center. So in the center, you get blue skies, basically. And you got just very few clouds.
That
When you're
motherfucker's
in
inside the
center
storm,
of a
guys,
hurricane,
man.
when it's really well formed, it looks like you're in the middle of a football stadium. Because everywhere you look around you, it's just a wall of clouds. And they actually kind of do angle back just a little bit.
So she said they were up for 7 hours, for 4 hours, 4 hours and 4 times they penetrated the eye wall. They flew through Ian.
They fly in number 4 patterns. It looks like the number 4. Well, as a matter of fact, yeah. But yeah, and that's kind of what they do. They use the onboard radar to figure out where the center is, and then GPS, that kind of thing, they can figure it out. But their job when they go out there is to pinpoint the center so that we know where it is, and then that data goes into the models. The center, the pressure, the winds around it, all that goes into the models.
Well, and Cheetah was on this C-130 on this mission as Hurricane Ian made landfall in Cayo Costa, and she said at one point it was a Category 5.
Oh, hell yeah, they're getting paid, Laura. Them motherfuckers are getting paid a lot of money to put their life in danger like that, man.
Category 5, right? It obviously came on as a Category 4 at 150.
Right.
You know.
Gusts to 190, by the way.
Gusts to 190, I knew
You
it.
couldn't see it, but they were watching it and seeing the radar of it and knowing what was happening. And she said, and then thinking about, I really hope those Floridians are okay.
Bobby, when they do this research and get this information, is part of the goal that it will better with our forecasting in the future with the models? I mean, each time they go in there, they're learning more about hurricanes and so forth. So 5 years down the road, we're gonna each time they go in, we get better at it, or you guys get better at it.
Well, and they do a lot of testing too with different techniques and different equipment when they go in there. They were supposed to actually put a little drone in there on one of the trips for this particular storm. It wasn't the recent one. The one that Cheetah went on today, where it was making landfall, there was a ton of lightning that developed around the eye wall for a good 3-hour period, it seemed like. And you don't typically see a whole lot of lightning with that. but there was another person on that flight that normally is on that flight. They've flown that for 6 years. They said that was the bumpiest one they've ever been on.
And,
So,
and Bobby, you know what, actually, Cheetah put together a piece while, you know, after she landed in Mississippi to, or actually, it was...
Hey, dude, who is that fucking dude, man?
This is one that we did earlier, I believe maybe Grant Gilmore did this one.
Yeah, get that dude up out of here, man.
Exactly how these hurricanes...
Run over there, fucking dude here. Who is that?
Provide a lot of information about
Who
a
is
storm,
that,
but
y'all?
How are they even getting inside? They're flying a plane called the WC-130J, like this one. It's a modified version of the C-130 plane that you might see dropping the red stuff on a fire out west. Now, these planes are tough. They can fly for longer periods of time, and they can really...
Check that dude out, somebody, man. If he's fucking a troll, man, get him the fuck out of here.
Squadron, which has been flying into storms since 1944. In the cargo section of the plane, there are 2 different pallets of computer systems that take all of the data from the sensors on the plane's exterior to help determine what's going on inside the storm. The hunters also drop these parachute-type sensors called sondes, which float through the storm, relaying the info about the storm's pressure, wind speed, and direction. That information all comes together, it gets processed, and is then shared through the National Hurricane Center for us to share with you.
Thank you to our producer Corey, because I think it's easier to understand when you see the graphics. Yeah, and the information's coming in, but visualizing it.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate it, man.
There is very helpful, I think.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we, you know, Cheetah was with us throughout a couple hours.
What movie was that, Vaughn? Twister, yeah. That had Helen Hunt in it, yeah.
This data that they collected, and they had students from the Naval Academy with them also on board, 19 passengers on this flight. So learning about this and all that data that they collected, this is going
Awesome soundtrack, yeah.
Because as we've
I know that's why he got blocked, James.
set it up, our meteorologist said, no 2 storms are alike.
Cheetah definitely, as you guys were talking with her, because it was you and Dave, speaking of the...
Volcano was a good movie.
Yeah, I mean, she was excited to answer every question, and just, you could see that just having the opportunity to go up with them was really exciting.
Yeah.
Who aren't paying
I mean,
attention?
you know, it was a balance, right? Of the magnitude, you know, like seeing Mother Nature at that level, but then also...
I know, right, Harlan James? Fucking idiot, dude. That's why his dumbass got blocked.
And speaking of, actually, we do have that now. Okay, so Cheetah, as I said, you know, when she landed, she and her photographer who spent time on that flight, 7 hours on that flight, you said the bumpy ride, they put together this piece for you after.
Look at this guy.
Same flight, 2 separate missions. This is an airborne expendable Baffy thermograph. It's used by a group from the U.S. Naval Academy that then pushes that into a launcher. Through this launcher, it can go down as low as 800 meters into the ocean. It has a radio inside that then signals back the water temperature inside a plane. 2 different instruments on this flight that help gather data for tropical systems.
The drop sondes, they get a profile of the atmosphere from where we drop them on the plane down to the ocean.
Christina Peretta is an in-flight meteorologist who's in constant coordination with the National Hurricane Center.
There's actually a few messages from them right now. We have a SATCOM system that we can message back and forth with them. And we're really looking at the surface winds, because when the National Hurricane Center puts out their watches, warnings, and advisories, that's what the strength of the storm is based on, is the wind to surface.
When hurricane hunters fly in these storms, the information they collect is invaluable. The track from the Hurricane Center can change, which means evacuations change, which saves lives.
I think that's probably one of the most rewarding parts of the job, is that we know that we're out here doing something that's going to make an impact on potentially millions of people.
Incredible and intense. Just looking at that. And again, she was on that flight right as Ian came on shore.
Oh, Watchman Hero came back? What's up, Watchman Hero?
Video.
Welcome back, bro.
Of the storm surge and much more.
So we're going to show you some more video of the damage and what we were seeing on the ground. We're going to go back to Naples with some video that we have there. This video, I mean, you can't get your eyes off of it. The Naples fire station, the department there, firefighters and crews, you know, scrambling, really just trying to do their best to get their equipment out of that water, off of their truck. I mean, this is expensive equipment. It is life-saving equipment, obviously, and it must have been very difficult for them to have to deal with this, but they did.
And then if you go back actually onto the Naples Fire Rescue Facebook page, or however you're going to look at it, it's the water's all gone. They're back to normal. They're able to use their trucks. Everything's good, and they're able to make rescues, and they are making rescues. We have video of one of the rescues that actually one of the teams had to make earlier. I believe that we're going to get that. We're going to get that for you. I know, looking at Collier County, Naples and Collier County, looking at the Collier County Sheriff's Office, they said that they posted several hours ago.
Corina, your kitty cat crying.
Rescue missions for the East Naples deputies, and then they were out still rescuing people. But this is from Naples Fire. This is Naples Fire Rescue, and smashing out that window.
Yep, definitely. Tethered to the truck, running into that back seat of the truck just to get access to this woman who's in the driver's seat here, who needs to be rescued in this incredibly deep water. As you can see there, this firefighter being able to, get that door open, get her out. Not easy, not an easy job considering the conditions that you see right there, the stress of it, and you can only imagine the panic for the driver as well. It must be incredibly scary to go through that. But thankful that they were there.
All of these men and women.
Here comes the life preserver, the jacket.
All of these men and women who just, really they're putting their lives on the line for us to make sure that during these catastrophic events that when we find ourselves in danger, no matter how,
So did Courtney Cox.
we're able to be rescued. I mean, look at that right there. They had been through already quite a bit earlier, and then they were out there rescuing this woman and rescuing others as well, and making sure that the city there safe. Let's take you back to Fort Myers now, just north. In Lee County in Fort Myers, we have some video that's coming in. Oh my goodness. Okay, so
see a floating dock there. I mean, just getting
Look at that fucking video,
up
man.
and down as it is, just at the mercy of the waves there.
That's the cool. I bet that's the.
Swimming pool, isn't it?
I bet that's for houses that are. I'm having been there. I bet you this is the Caloosahatchee right here, that river, and that. Yep, and these are homes, really beautiful homes. That are right up on it, and you can just see that water just rushing in.
Nothing that that fence right there looks like a chain link. Really, nothing to do. Oh my gosh, you can see here another view of some homes there as the water just goes right over the seawall into the backyard. You can see a covered either dock or boat lift there as well. These pavers here are a little bit higher than some of the other areas, but that does look like a swimming pool to the left of itself.
Yeah, just and then again, this individual sharing this video. We just hope that everybody is okay, and of course tomorrow morning we're going to see what we're dealing with, and right now it's a little difficult to see what's happening.
As we approach 3 a.m., we want to give you the power outage map. We've been doing that, of course, throughout the night, just making sure that you know it's so many people without power today.
A friend of mine just messaged and said he's listening on the radio to us. So no matter how you're listening, whether you're watching us on the 1010 Day app, you're listening to us on the radio, you're watching us on
during
television.
the season, you'll hear meteorologist Bobby Deskins and Natalie and all of the meteorologists, of course, tell you about our radio partner. For this very reason, because we do know that when a storm hits, you may not be able to access us. So you are hearing. Some people are listening to us on the radio.
And Pinellas County, of course, for Duke Energy, the largest area that they serve, or the biggest hit for them, and of course they have the bucket trucks, the linemen, they're all at Tropicana Field stage. Jenna Bourne showed us that they are ready to rock and roll.
As you go through the numbers too, you look along 275 just south of there as we go up, but just south of where we were there, 17,000. You see, like a pocket there were 17,000 outages, a little further down. So this is extensive. It's gonna take time to, that may turn to 11, but, oh yeah, I see an image just, so.
And do we have, and Tico, we
Yep,
know,
there's
this is Tico right here. Okay, so look, you can see where it's mostly concentrated. You can see, parts of South Tampa going up into like the Heights area. And then I know Valrico, Angelina Salcido was down there and she told us it's pitch black, no lights. And of course, you just kind of can see where a lot of the outages are. We do know that with Tico, there's 286,659 customers without power at this moment, and that is about 2,000 more than at 2 o'clock this morning. So, look, they're gonna and Angelina told us when she was in Valrico, they saw a crew working to restore power. So we are going to start to see these crews, once they can, they're going to get out and they're going to be restoring power. But we heard from Mayor Jane Castro, their emergency response center, they have teams that are going to get out, assess the damage, clear the roads, and they have the heavy equipment, and so then they'll be able to get in,
Grandpa said.
and do their work, and of course,
And Courtney, we do have some video of a rescue of, from a Good Samaritan of an elderly man, is that right, or woman?
In Bonita Springs?
Yeah, it's an elderly man. Take a look at this.
Oh, with a vehicle completely flooded right there.
Reaching in.
Fuck Miley Cyrus, fucking whore.
No, look
how.
Well, because the current in the surge, right?
Well, I just saw him reaching in the car. I wasn't sure what he was trying to reach in for.
They're carrying him.
Yeah. There they go, the Good Samaritans there.
Oh my goodness.
And there's some sort of a restaurant there, steakhouse.
Pamela Anderson.
Carrying him to safety. Look at that right there.
Carmen Electra, yeah.
As well, because an effort like that is a lot for one person.
And
this is several.
It comes in, and Grant, I don't know if you have your mic on over there or not.
It should be on.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
I'm curious, Grant, when we talk about the storm surge, because there were people that were out driving around, right? Storms come in and they're driving around. They were caught off guard. It happens, right? No matter how you're put in danger, you're in danger. Does the storm surge, does it just come in really, really fast?
No, it depends on, how it's coming in, what
Or where
type of-
you are.
or where you are, and the shape of kind of the structures around it. We saw some video of how you get this water that kind of feeds in almost like a river through two buildings.
Right.
So it can kind of funnel in quite a bit, and something like that, I mean.
Well, in Bonita Springs, you have like the Stero River.
Right,
is right in there, so.
And I think
Christina Ricci, yeah.
it's hard to fathom water coming into the place where you've never seen water before.
Right.
So I think it's really, it's a mental block. You just, just like we can't fathom the size of space, right?
Right.
How big is space? We can't fathom it. We've never seen it before. We can't comprehend it. So I think that's the same thing that happens psychologically with storm surge like this, is you just don't think it's going to happen. You hear the numbers, you hear the threats, and then ultimately those numbers become reality. And next thing you know, you've got, a situation like this where a lot of people are left stranded and they need rescue and they need help.
And you look at this too, and as I'm watching, I'm just thinking about the fatigue, right? Just getting to the person, trying to pull them out, and now you've got the water working against you as you're trying to get to. You can see they're going against the current, if you will, against it. So
Rosie Perez,
very
yep.
difficult. And a Good Samaritan, not someone necessarily.
The Collier County Cowboys.
Who's trained for that. Maybe they are.
Well, and we did hear from the Collier County Sheriff, who said they're dealing with storm surge that they've never dealt with before. This one right here from Fort Myers,
this time lapse here,
where you can see the surge come into an area of Fort Myers. I'm not exactly sure where in Fort Myers this is.
Using a webcam, it looks like a pretty wide street there, but gives you a perspective. We were talking earlier about, we don't know how long that time lapse was, how many minutes or an hour, what have you, for this to form, but it's incredible going from, a dry street to you're about to see it. I mean, just the flooding looks like it speeds up a little bit there.
Just rushing through.
And the wind and the palms moving all,
And I mean, even I mean, to be frank, right? When we started to talk about Hurricane Ian and the storm surge that could be expected, as Grant said, it was hard to think about. Okay, so it's not going to happen at my house. It's not. But when we started to look at those maps and you go, okay, this is what it could really look like. We have to take this seriously, and now to see it here and to see this is what we would have had in our area.
Correct, that's the way to look at it.
It puts it into perspective.
Yes, and so right there, you're looking at the Naples Pier. You're thinking about earlier. This is earlier.
And the body claimed that it was, this is before landfall.
Yes.
So then after it went a different way, so it got hit both sides.
Tiffany Amber, decent, yeah.
So the damage that we're going to see to that, structural damage. And we've seen it in our area too with other areas as well. Polk
All the
County
Charmed
right now,
girls.
I think, hey Grant, Polk County's still under a flood warning.
Flash flood warning.
Flash warning.
Yeah, and I can show that if you guys want.
Well,
we're going to go out to a
we're going to
Oh,
go.
are we?
Yeah,
Okay,
so-
okay, all right.
Yeah, because they've had some pretty sustained rainfall and winds, and so Polk County, important to know, it's still under flash flood warning. And we have a reporter.
Yeah, Brett Solomon, I believe is still in Lakeland for us tonight with an update.
Yeah, there's one thing that's been extremely consistent, and that's the downpour of rain all evening long into the night and into the early morning hours right now, in addition to the heavy winds. In fact, that's why so many people in the county are without power as we speak. I want to pass on this message from Lakeland Electric. They posted on social media today, no need to reach out to them to let them know if you've lost electricity. That's because your power meter automatically informed them. So they're very aware of just how many people are without power in Polk County and in the Lakeland area. About earlier tonight, it was estimated that a third of the county lost electricity, and you can only imagine that number has certainly
Pamela Anderson played the two-time girl. Pamela Anderson played her too.
As you head to sleep, it's important to keep in mind that first responders will just be getting to work.
Shout out to the 13 in the chat. Appreciate
you. Daylight to truly assess all of the damage and begin efforts to clean up. The roadways will need to be cleared, and that's a process that is expected to take days. Don't expect this to be an overnight process. The first responder group, the emergency management director, also adding that this really could go into Friday. So it's everyone working together, everyone.
Yep, for the first 4 years of that show, yeah.
So many people are
She was a two-time girl.
Tonight, about 3,000 people at last check in shelters across Polk County. So as we work...
No, I haven't heard from any of Laura. I'm trying to get people to sit there and comment on that video I did.
We want to thank those first responders.
If you guys saw the video I even posted...
Be doing into the morning to help us get back to some sense of normal past Ian. For now, that is the very latest from Lakeland, where we're live tonight. Brent Solomon, the Senate back.
Whoa, what did you just say? A Summer Wealth Case sighting event?
There's a lot of cleanup.
Are you kidding me?
In our area that's going to be happening, and of course in Southwest Florida, a lot of.
Whoa, hold on, man. I gotta get my wife's phone. I gotta fucking check this out now. Because if not, if this is true, I gotta fucking send this shit to people, man.
Some good little tidbits that I've taken away from some of our reporters who've been out there. Be kind, be patient, and I love.
And not the girl. Where did you get this video at, hon?
About you.
Yeah, no, he definitely put it into perspective, and it was, as we go through this, it's really the one that really stuck with me is really, watching out for your neighbor.
Yep,
you really do. I mean, we truly are in it together, and they're my neighbors when it comes down. So.
That's what it is. I'm part of this community. And we've spent so many days being with you every step of the way, walking you through this, and we're going to continue to be with you. We are going to transition now to our morning team. You'll have Caitlin Lafferty and Frank Wiley in here with you soon. Josh Adorth as well, but we do need to keep you updated on what's happening right now in terms of Hurricane Ian, because it is still a hurricane and it is still in Florida. And meteorologist Grant Gilmore is joining us now. And Grant, what do you need to know? You got the power outages first.
Good morning, ladies. Yeah, it's been a rough night for many of us.
Thank you, Annette. Please, I have to. I love this little girl.
Where as soon as you think you get caught up on the information, more information has been coming into our newsroom. So it's been a constant feed of information. The team here through the overnight has been keeping you updated. Let me try to get you up to speed on where we are right now this morning. Just starting off with the power outages, and I'll step out of the way as much as I can to show you where we are. Across the entire state, we have almost 2.5 million. There we go. Okay, yeah, 2.5 million power outages. So 2.3 million outages statewide. Lee County alone has nearly 500,000. So an incredible number of, not people, but customers out of power this morning. Sarasota, 257,000. Hillsborough County, over 200,000. Collier, 200, and Pinellas approaching that almost 200,000 number as well. So, look, the power crews, they're going to get out there. Man, they are prepped, they are staged, they are ready to tackle this huge endeavor, this mountain of power outages, but they have to be safe. They have to wait for the winds to come down. They have to wait for the water to recede in many spots. And once that happens, once we can get those conditions safe enough, they go out in some pretty extreme conditions, but they have their limits as well. So once that begins to improve, we're going to start seeing them dispatched, and they're going to start tackling the feet ahead to start getting the power and the lights back on for us, so we can start to figure out how to approach the recovery here, and that's going to look different for different places. We've been going through the numbers overnight into yesterday evening. Cape Coral coming in with one of the highest wind gusts of 140 miles per hour. Punta Gorda 135. Just incredible numbers.
1.5 million people with no power. Yeah,
these numbers when the Air Force reconnaissance flights are out there and they're getting that data from the hurricane hunters. This is actual reports from weather stations on the ground. Just incredibly powerful hurricane as it moved ashore. Naples 112, Grove City at 110, and Tarpon Point picked up a wind gust around 109 miles per hour.
Actually, I can't remember, James, if she's in Florida or not.
Ian is currently located. It's about 55 miles to the south-southeast of Orlando right now. So still spinning away, still a Category 1 hurricane, but just barely. 75 mile per hour winds right now. 74 is your mark for a Cat 1 hurricane. Pressure's up to 980 millibars, and those gusts are around 115. At its peak, we were looking at those wind gusts near 190 miles per hour. So obviously the storm is weakening now that it's moving over land, and it will continue to weaken, but still we're looking at
I will right now, Bean. Hold on.
Flank of the hurricane as it continues to track to the north and east. The showers, however, are beginning to taper off over portions of extreme western Hillsborough County. Still some lingering showers over eastern Pasco and Hernando County. We still have this flood warning in effect for really the majority of Polk County. This goes until 3:30, so another 30 minutes on this flash flood warning, basically just saying it rained so much in a short period of time that the water was not able to recede. You know, it happens a lot in the summertime here. We get this heavy rainfall. It comes in, it's just not able to drain off the roads or out of your yard or out of the storm drain. It's too much for the drains to handle. So you have more water coming in that can be, taken out. So ultimately you have this flash flood. It happens quickly, it comes on quickly, and then ultimately it will recede. However, all that water will then continue to run off, and it runs into our rivers, our streams, our creeks, and that's ultimately what we're going to see rise as we go through the next 5, 10, 15 days. Our rivers will continue to rise, and we're going to have some river flooding issues through probably the next couple of weeks in many spots. Also, some flash flood warnings over
And
on
not the
East
crow.
Coast
I'm gonna
and
watch
East
that
Coast
because
as
I've
well.
been watching that case close too.
Seeing a
I
flash
just
flood
fell off
warning
on
as
it
a lot
because
of heavy
everybody
rainfall
stopped talking
continues
about
for
it.
them.
It's
Moisture now being
bullshit that
pulled out
everybody
of the
stopped talking
Atlantic
about it
Ocean.
like they, the
That's
way they
going to
did.
continue to feed that northwestern side of the hurricane as it continues to push off to the north and to the east. Look at some of these rainfall estimates. This is going over the last 24 hours. We've seen a little more rainfall that started more than 24 hours ago, but this just gives you a picture of where that heaviest of the rain has been coming down. There in southern Sarasota County, western Charlotte County, right.
Thank you,
actually
Annette. I
on the
appreciate it, hon.
northern
I appreciate that you
side of
coming
where
and
the
thinking
track
about
was. The
sharing it with me.
landfall was
Appreciate
right
it.
down here, and then the storm track just about in that track right there, and we had the bulk of the rainfall lining up right there through southern Sarasota, southeastern Manatee County. Radar estimating between 14, 16, nearly 17 inches of rain. And we haven't gotten the official accumulations yet. The National Weather Service is trying to compile all this information. They'll send out a report of everything that they've gotten. Of
Thank you, hon.
all the
Appreciate it
weather
very much, Annette.
sites that have brought in those rainfall totals, and ultimately we're going to be able to see what actually happened. This is just radar estimate. It's able to take the radar and estimate how much rain fell based upon what that radar presentation was. Just to look at wind gusts around the air, that's one of the factors that we're going to be keeping an eye on for allowing those power crews to get out there and get the power back on. It's going to allow some of the DOT crews and the Corps of Engineers to get out and check the roads and infrastructure of everything. We're seeing still wind gusts in St. Petersburg around 46 miles per hour, sustained winds of 30. So I'd like to see those winds down to probably 40 or less gusts before we can probably be safe to get out and start doing some work. But obviously we want to wait for sunrise too in many spots to get there. That's not going to be until about 7:20 or so, I think, sunrise today. Look around the rest of the area. Not everybody reporting it. Obviously, you head down towards Venice. Not sure if that weather station is still able to report, but certainly we'll have to put in some more plots here to show you what the wind speeds are up there. I think we're still getting those wind gusts probably up around 60 to nearly 70 miles per hour. Wind speeds around the rest of the Tampa Bay area and north into the Nature Coast. Brooksville, you still have some wind gusts.
Shout out to the 13 people in the chat. Appreciate y'all, man.
Not much in Brooksville anymore, but you'll still hear those that quick burst of some wind coming through, kind of the remnants of these bands as they peel off towards the
Walt
east.
Money, what's up, brother?
Wind energy back to the west, but you can see just by the color contouring there, still seeing some nice wind gusts.
Hey, man, I want to appreciate you. Thank you, dude, on that book of $50 tickets you sent Texan Candy 8 months ago, man. Appreciate that, bro, man. Who's yelling? Nobody was yelling. I guess I was doing it over the damn Oh yeah, I'm watching the video, dude.
Hey everybody, I'm not Mama Bear. Hey, so your family, they're in their is looking all everywhere. Do they have fires? Oh, alright. Hold on a minute. I want to make sure, and if my mom just help me with something today. Nobody call any law enforcement. I don't want people, there's no mass area or anything like that.
How you been doing, Walt Money? You sure do, bro.
I know it's hard not to get your hands up. You can't.
All right, Karina. Thank you, hon, for being here still.
But we're all going to get through it together for sure.
Yeah, Grant Gilmore, if you've been hanging out with us, probably haven't had a chance to get any rest in the midst of all of this chaos that's been going on. You mentioned the future cast. We could use a bit of a break, but we want to get you started with some coverage with Liz Crawford. She's hanging out with us this morning in Wesley Chapel. What are you seeing? I know the sunshine hasn't shown much right now because it hasn't risen, but I imagine you're seeing some debris, and it's windy, yes.
Yeah, very windy. Good morning, guys. Definitely a different feeling than just 24 hours ago when I was talking with you guys as everybody was prepping for this, because there's certainly more sadness as we start to see some of those images from our neighbors to the south of us. But my goodness, we still have a lot to worry about right here at home. Like you said, I'm in a neighborhood in Wesley Chapel. I'm switching out with the crew here, so I'm just on shift. And I can tell you, this is the worst that I've seen. And even as I switched out with my crew here, they said this is the windy it has been. So I am going to step out of the way and just let you absorb some of the images here, again, in Wesley Chapel in Pasco County. So I'm here in the neighborhood. You can hear the gusts. Last night, as I tried to fall asleep around 7, 8, 9 o'clock, the wind has been howling nonstop. Haven't heard that in a while. And so these trees that are in the back of the house here, forgive me, I do not know what kind of trees these are. They've got these really skinny trunks. They're
No
beautiful,
problem, brother, man.
and they've got that
Don't even
Spanish
worry
moss.
about
If
that,
anybody
man.
knows, tweet me. But I looked at these yesterday and I said, those skinny trunks, those look like they might fall. And sure enough, they did. At least I watched one fall. You can see it here on the ground. One kind of got caught up in the other trees. But then I heard 3, because when a tree comes down, and these are the skinny ones. Like I said, I'm sorry. I wish I knew what kind it was. But it's a thud, an unmistakable thud, and it hits a wet ground. And I heard it at least 3 times. I see 2 of them are down, but of course we don't have the sun yet. To be able to really take a look at if there's more damage, more debris, but very, very gusty. I was surprised this morning because there's really no rain right now. I say that, but when every now and then you'll get a sprinkle or 2, just take that in, guys. I mean, I want you to understand, we are doing our best to stay safe right now because I am now back under the underhang close to the house. My photographer's actually inside the house because, you know, these gusts come through and it kind of
Yeah, so do I in that.
for a minute. But back to what I was saying, I was a little surprised because we're not getting drenched anymore. So every now and then I'll feel a couple sprinkles. You'll get pelted.
Oh, I need to put him on the
kinda when
list
the
too,
wind
and
gusts.
thank you for mentioning
But
him.
not much rain at all so far.
And I don't know if we'll get more of that as the day goes on. Sometimes these storms tend to do that, those breaks that you get, but really the story here right now, without a doubt, just the gusty winds. And like I said, we've been working these 12 on, 12 off. I don't know if you guys have explained that yet, right? So I was kind of 3 to 3, and now here we are waking up, trying to kind of come in for the crew behind me. And I had a conversation with them, and so they had been out here the last 12 hours, and they said right now it's the gustiest it has been. And we're gonna do our best to show you these pictures, to walk you around. I'm so eager to get out on the road, I'll admit it, but there's no way it's happening yet. It just can't. Our first responders, we've been preaching this now for 24 hours. Now is not the time. So I know if you're just waking up because you can't sleep, right? Welcome to the club. And you're thinking, wow, I really want to see, I'm so eager to see the damage. Well, the damage isn't quite done yet. So it's just not safe yet. And until at least we have sun, we have some daybreak so that we know what we're driving into, walking into. Hang tight. We'll show you the pictures we can as best as we can safely. But that's going to be our role here the next, several hours. So I'm in touch with the emergency officials in Pasco County. For them, the story that they're waiting on is the flood event
night,
that is
Michelle.
yet to come. So we've got several hours still ahead. And again, you wake up and you feel tired this morning. You might feel a little relieved if you're here in Tampa Bay. I am with you. But our fortune is someone else's misfortune. And, ooh, it's scary down there.
Yeah, oh my goodness. It really is devastating to see some of the video. Liz, so glad you're staying safe. And I think we all know the feeling of very little sleep, a whole lot of adrenaline, a whole lot of emotions this morning. We are going to wait to hear from Sheriff Chronister in Hillsborough County this morning around 7 o'clock. And then at 8:45 this morning, we should get another update from Governor DeSantis. So we'll bring that to you live here on the air as well. We're going to bring you as much as we can. We're seeing the damage as the daylight will come later on today too. So much will be shown in the aftermath of this.
Yeah, Liz Crawford, a seasoned vet when it comes to covering these types of events, and for her to say this is the worst that she's ever seen.
The gustiest out there, winds right now too for the area. She again in Wesley Chapel this morning. So we will touch back. We'll touch base with Liz in just a little bit.
Meantime, I want to get to Aaron Parsige in Polk County this morning. Aaron, it looks like you've got some wind and some rain around your way.
Yeah, still dealing with some pretty consistent rainfall. That blowing wind you can probably see on some of the trees behind me. I can tell you what, though, it's not as bad as it was a few hours ago when we were trying to get some shut-eye in our hotel. And one thing that's good about our hotel here, I'm going to point over here, it's one of the few places in the area that actually has had power throughout this night. And that's the good news for a lot of the evacuees from the Tampa and Sarasota area that we were talking to that actually came and stayed at this hotel. That's the good news. The bad news, though, tens of thousands of people here in Lakeland and Polk County will be waking up without power. These winds still pretty persistent, but not like they were, a couple hours ago where they were really blowing through this area, and that's what took out a lot of the power here in town. Now, the thing is, the utility companies, they have to wait it out right now. They have to wait for these winds to die down. So they're asking people to be patient. If they are sleeping, just sleep it out, stay in your home, be safe there, as they could actually get out here and maybe assess the damage a little later on this morning, and then be able to restore power. There's also about a few thousand people here in Polk County right now in shelters. They are safe there as well. And as I said, this wind and rain is still, blowing. It has come down a little bit, but the concerns are still here in Polk County, right? There are still flooding concerns. There are concerns with the high winds as they can.
Hey Susan, how you doing? I missed you. Sorry, I was doing something. Welcome in, Susan.
We'll go out in the community when it's safe and try to assess some of the damage, because we are expecting there's going to be some, especially in some of the low-lying areas that are going to be flooding a little bit quicker with the persistent rainfall we've been seeing. So we'll be keeping you updated through the morning.
You see the water behind you on the roadways there, and that's just a small perspective of what the roadways are going to look like elsewhere. We've got a lot of water that has come down throughout this storm, so no doubt flooding, trees down. We'll be assessing all of that damage as we see more sunlight.
You say that in part of the live shot stationary, right? Because we don't have any sunlight and we have all this debris out there. So you want to make sure that our team of reporters are safe. You don't know what you may be stepping into.
Exactly. And listen to our reporters. Liz Crawford was saying the same thing. So many of you want to see what does the aftermath look like in your community? We are going to show you as safely as we possibly can this morning that you are best hunkered down in your home still as we learn more here. Again, that news conference with Governor DeSantis at 8:45 this morning, expecting to learn a whole lot more then as well.
Yeah, when it gets to Sarah Rosario, she's in Hernando, and she's been keeping us up to speed on what's going on around her way, her neck of the woods. Sarah, what are you looking at this morning? I mean, you've been giving us updates around the clock.
Hey Frank, hey Caitlin, good morning. So we have been following conditions here in Hernando County all night long, and as we were getting to our hotel yesterday, it was super, super windy. And now as we're waking up and we're just switching shifts and getting things going here, we're seeing that the temperatures have changed. It's much cooler. I have on a jacket and the windbreaker on top of it, just because Grant was telling us temperatures in the 60s, and it's windy right now. So this is what local law enforcement is going to be monitoring, is the wind gusts across the area. And they're still asking drivers to stay off the road, and they're asking people to stay inside their houses because of the threat for potential trees that can fall. And overnight, Fernando County Sheriff's deputies have been out monitoring the area to see if anything damaged. Is there anything blocking roadways? Are people dealing with power outages? We checked with the power company, Whipple Cucci, and they do have power outages across the area. And the area they service, at least 15,000 people without power this morning. So we're going to be going through the area to see who are the people impacted. We know several of those people impacted here in Fernando Beach, where I'm standing. Is Fernando Beach
Shout out to the
still
10
has
people
that
in
wind
chat.
around the
Appreciate you
area?
guys, man.
Thankfully, though, this area was saved from extreme damage that we're seeing in other portions of the area, left not in our area, but just in other portions of our state, left behind by Hurricane Ian. It's devastating to see those pictures coming out of Southwest Florida. So we are going to be here in Fernando County throughout the rest of the day. We're going to be starting out here, then we're going to be going to the power company to let you know more about the power outages we're seeing across the area. We're going to be checking in with the mobile home communities to see if any of those were impacted in any way. I did call dispatch this morning, and she said, all I can tell you is that we're out and about trying to see what's damaged across our area. And then after that, we have a press conference set for midday, around 11 o'clock, where the Hernando County emergency management crews will be updating us on exactly what to expect. They did tell us there's a big threat for people who live on the eastern side of the county, over by the Withlacoochee River, at not far from 301 and I-75, so about 45 minutes away from where we are right now. And that has an area that is going to be possibly impacted by flooding. So this is something that we're going to be watching as well to see how could those people be dealing with those conditions out there. So here we are in Hernando. I'll be keeping you updated throughout the morning. We'll send it back to you guys in studio. All right.
Just plug back in. Can you hear us, Sarah? She may not be able to.
Well, just to reiterate, she said a big threat here, Withlacoochee River, flooding. You've seen some of those images a little farther south of
Oh
us
my goodness,
on social
yeah.
media.
Especially we have our CBS affiliate in Fort Myers watching video there. They were trapped in their studio without power, flooding outside. So our prayers go out to them. So many other communities can be devastated by this. And we'll be learning more information as the morning unfolds. Right now, we want to get to our reporter, Chris Rogers, who's been in Pinellas County. And Chris, earlier, like yesterday, you were outside the St. Pete Pier. Where are you this morning?
Street right now in St. Petersburg. You mentioned our friends down in Fort Myers a moment ago. Obviously, the damage here is significantly less than they're seeing there, but you can see some pretty heavily down trees behind me. This is a large tree on 14th Street that's been completely uprooted.
Wow, look at that motherfucker, man. That's crazy, man.
Now, originally, we were a little concerned because it looks like maybe some down power lines came down with it, but those actually turn out to be kind of some fluorescent lighting that's been strung across the street. And this is a good reminder, however, to remind people at home when they're out assessing damage this morning to avoid those down power lines. I know that you guys have been reiterating that for the last couple of days, but it's always important to remind people to avoid those down power lines. This is not that situation. Power lines are.
Oh, well, money's too. What's up, Walt?
This is kind of a familiar scene as we've driven around this morning. So if you're leaving the house this morning to assess damaged property, potentially to check in on friends and family, definitely factor patience, because there are a lot of roadways that have scenes just like this one right here. And another reminder, we're not seeing as heavy winds as we were yesterday, obviously. It's actually noticeably calmer, of course, but a lot of these trees have loosened a little bit. We've been kind of walking around out here this morning with our flashlights, taking a look at the base of trees, and this is an area that, even though it seems pretty chaotic right now, that we deemed was that.
What the hell? I don't know what happened just now, y'all. The motherfucker just shut off.
Area, and the damage is so much worse in so many other parts of Southwest Florida. But right now, this is kind of the name of the game. There's a lot of downed trees. There's a lot of debris in the roadway. So driving could be a real issue this morning. Just be aware of your surroundings. That is really the motto, is be aware of your surroundings. Know if there's down power lines. Know that you're going to probably have to take some alternate routes. There is so many trees.
Really sad about the hooker?
Down. There are signs down.
Guys, I'll be right back.
Have been damaged.
I have to go smoke a cigarette. I will be right back. This is live, guys. This is all live.
Very clear, obviously, as it won't be across Southwest Florida until the sun starts to come up this morning. But just what we've seen so far in the last hour or so, this has been really the full picture. Is that there is trees down everywhere. There's businesses that have been damaged, homes that have been damaged. So that's what we're seeing so far this morning. Coming up a little bit later, guys, we are going to check in with you from Largo, where we're hearing reports of significant wind damage there as well. So we are really going to be all over this county this morning, just seeing what people are experiencing, talking with people, seeing what they experience. We're going to be talking about power outages. We're going to be hearing from officials this morning about when power is expected to be restored as well. Guys?
Are you
Yes,
able to-
I can hear you.
Okay, I'm just wondering too, kind of the sense of what it feels like weather-wise out there right now. We spoke with Liz in Wesley Chapel, really dusty winds there. Aaron Parsegian this morning is in Polk County where the rain's still coming down. Looks like it's pretty dry there, but what are the conditions like outside right now?
Yeah, and I heard Aaron and Liz's reports just a little bit ago, and it sounds like they're experiencing much more significant weather than we are here. It is actually pretty peaceful out here right now. We're getting a couple gusts, but nothing like we experienced yesterday. There's no rain right now. The wind gusts are significantly less than they were yesterday. So, I mean, you can kind of get a sense of it as compared to some of our live shots yesterday. The wind is not that bad at all. We're kind of in a protected area right now, but things have really seemed to calm down, at least in this part of southern Pinellas County. We're going to get a more clear picture as we travel around further around the county, but right now in southern Pinellas County, we're waking up to a much calmer morning, which is very good news for the folks living here, Caitlin.
That is great news. Chris, quick question for you, because you've been in the mix for some time now covering these types of storms as well. You said you drove around for a minute there. This apparently is the best case scenario of the worst situation that one could even imagine right there. You got down trees surrounding you. What else did you see out there? Put it into perspective for us.
Yeah, I think it was. No, I think it was my TV stream. Oh, it's done it to you before, then it's YouTube.
And in many cases is a worst case scenario for folks further south. But I think that for what it could have been, people living.
Shout out to the 9 people in chat.
Will be very grateful that down trees are going to be some of the worst of the problems. Now, to paint a clearer picture, what we're seeing just briefly this morning driving around is just a lot of trees, debris, right? I mean, we knew that was going to be the case, but down power lines has been a real problem as well. Obviously, power is out for this entire area, and my photojournalist now giving you kind of a look at what is pretty typical on a lot of these streets around here. You're going to see pretty big branches, trees down, leaves, palm fronds, those types of things. That's been kind of what we've seen so far. Obviously, as we travel further throughout the county, potentially there could be more damage throughout the county. But right now, if this is what the case is here in Pinellas County, as the sun comes up and power outages and down trees are the worst of the problems, I think that a lot of folks will be waking up this morning just refrain and be very grateful for the situation here right now.
Yeah. Chris, thank you so much. We'll check back with you in a little bit. I know, again, as we see the sunrise, we're going to see a whole lot more. I want to get to power outages this morning.
With Instacart, you can get everything you need for that late.
These are all live channels, guys. Melvin, what's up, man? What's going on, brother? Good morning. Welcome in, man. It's 2:31 a.m. These are live views of the hurricane, guys. Look at her, dude. Look at that shit, man. Good night, Vaughn. Appreciate you stopping by, bro.
Marie said, by the way, the image on the left, that's a live look at Livingston right there. That's not far from Lakeville Heights. It runs east-west through downtown. The lights are still working, by the way. It's been switching through now. You're going to see a lot of this damage going through, so that's a light down at Livingston in downtown Orlando. And it brings me to the point, you're going to see a lot of lights that are out. And treat that as a four-way stop. They will tell you don't work. Treat that as a four-way stop.
It's so good that you say that. That's one of the things we do want to emphasize here, is that it's our job, right, to be out, which is why we're out. It's not so that, people say that you guys are out, yes, but that is our job. We have to be out to keep you safe. And we really take that very seriously. And as you look at images like that, that's the reason why we really don't want you to be out, right? Because what if they were caught? That would
Nothing's open. Nothing other than really talk about the person out there in the hoodie.
But you were back in very quickly. So you were back in very quickly. Absolutely. All right, so we do have some new images now just into the newsroom as well. We've got viewer Jen Ellsworth. She sent us this picture. Look at this. This is a tree that fell down in the back of her home in Winter Springs. It happened late last night. The high winds and the heavy rain from Ian are causing a lot of damage like what you see here. So when the sun starts to rise, there will be an awful lot of cleanup, assessment, and cleanup to happen.
Jamie had mentioned the wet ground as well. That's not going to help with some of the trees. But even with strong, hurricane winds.
Yep. Well, we're seeing some of the damage being caused in Central Florida. In Seminole County, for example, another large tree collapsed at an apartment complex.
Fox 35's Adam Sheriff now has that story from Altamont Springs.
We're at the Lakeshore at Altamont Springs apartment complex, and it's not terribly bad right now as far as conditions, but clearly earlier it must have been significantly worse. This is a gigantic tree that fell down in this apartment complex, and honestly, I think it was the best possible scenario in the direction that this tree could have fallen, because if you look over here to the right, it did end up hitting some of these cars and doing some damage to some of these cars. But the good news is that it fell away from the buildings, the structures where all the people are inside, hopefully hunkering down right now. But this thing is a monster. It's clearly gigantic. It did some damage to the cars, but the good news is it doesn't look like it did any damage to any of the structures. And there's no people around right now, which is good. I'm hoping nobody was hurt by this giant tree falling down here in Altamont Springs.
adaptation. Obviously, you worry about the physical nature of getting injured by trees. But beyond that, some of these trees, people, I mean, they represent their community. They've been there for tens of, decades in many cases as well. This is a live look right now. Looking at the conditions, and you can see Orlando is right in the heart of it right now. It is still a hurricane. Even the wind is still about 75 miles an hour, which
It's a Category 1.
Down from a Category 4, nearly Category 5, to now a Category 1. Was it just in your house right now?
It's a Cat 1 now.
Very, very strong still.
And we hear it on our roof here at our Fox 35 studios, and we also see it on the cameras we're looking at on the right side of your screen. As you can see, we also are seeing an awful lot of damage that is happening in and around our central Florida area as the rain comes down. And as you see, there are cars parked there, which is exactly where they should be. There really, as you said, is no place to go. As you look at the studio camera on top of our own roof here at Fox 35.
And I want to thank all our people behind the scenes. Tonight here, they have been here all night as well. So certainly thanks. We're trying to talk away from trees because that's the same thing that a lot of people are facing now.
So you know, there was one time, I know we've got to talk to Nestor, but that I was talking to parking lot at a job I had in TV, and a car tree fell on my car.
All right, and thank you so much to our crew there, our team, Fox 35 Orlando, for bringing us the latest in Central Florida. Meantime, a number of people, at least 2.5 million people throughout the state of Florida, without power, in the dark right now because of sustained winds, high winds, and hurricane force winds, and because of that storm surge right now, Fox 13 in Tampa is keeping on this at this current moment. We're going to dip in live to their coverage.
You made this decision here to get your gas station, but and it was way down downtown there, mostly lit. But when we came into St. Petersburg, we saw it was mostly had power. So the point is, your neighbor could be out, you can have it. It's irritating if you don't have your power. You want
Move over.
Wait a minute.
No.
Seriously.
I didn't know you were over there for. Fat butt. Fat butt. This is the way, man. Just kidding.
Epic Energy, obviously, we have already here in the state of Florida, but also for this particular storm, we brought thousands of personnel.
You drinking a beer, man? I'm drinking soda. I'm drinking a Mountain Dew. I just opened a Mountain Dew, Laura.
Specifically for this storm. And so first, where are these crews coming from? We are so grateful that we have crews coming from as far away as the Midwest, Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky.
Shout out to the 8 people in the chat, man. Appreciate y'all.
That are here to help us restore power for our customers. And what happens is when those crews come down, of course, we have to have somewhere to put all of those trucks and the personnel. So at this moment, we have a variety of different what we call staging locations for the trucks to park while the storm is passing through. So those locations right now are the Villages, Tropicana Field, and a company called Ritchie Brothers in Polk County. So in each of those locations,
Are you going to be going up and down all night?
oh no, ready to respond as soon as this storm comes through.
You'll know. You better know.
So they are ready when the storms come, but close enough so they can rapidly respond as soon as it's safe to do so.
And some advice if you are without power and you're watching it
Oh,
on your phone and
milk.
from one of our radio partners. This is good advice. Go around and disconnect or turn off any non-essential electric equipment. You want to leave like one lamp on, so you know when the power comes.
Beanie, you're still here, Bean? I thought you fell asleep in my chat again.
When it does come back, you avoid overloading circuits and having the power go back on again and deal with anymore. Do not open freezers or refrigerators unless absolutely necessary. Obviously, you want to keep that food cool as long as you can. And never replace a fuse or touch a circuit breaker with wet hands or standing in standing water. Sounds like a no-brainer, but we get caught up, we get excited, we get trying to get things, and that's when you make a deadly mistake. So please be careful when talking about electricity. I thought this was interesting. I did not know about this. This is what's in Duke Energy's website. If your home or business is flooded, Duke Energy actually cannot reconnect power until the electrical system has been inspected by a licensed electrician.
My bed's rather than put you to sleep. I ain't trying to hear that shit. I haven't played that game in days now.
So that means if you've been flooded and you're without power, it's going to be a few days.
Oh, trust me, if I had the funds and I wasn't on probation, I'd be out there already.
Where?
Florida.
Yeah, where?
I would. I'd take a Greyhound.
Huh. No, you wouldn't. You can't even leave the state of Texas.
Did it not just say if I wasn't on probation?
Oh. Yeah, tell him, Pete.
Look at that one up on the top right, man. Look at them clouds, man.
Yeah, for sure. And Charlie, I do love that you pointed out the different license plates because I find that
Peter, you're not going to allow D in?
I always want to know where they come from here in the picture. So it's great that they all came down here and left their families to come down and help us out. So it's a great thing. What they do. And we and our guys and gals will go to North Carolina sometimes and help them. We go out. That's what they do. And it's an army of help, and they're here to help. It's going to take on the leadership. Yeah, for sure. All right. When the sun comes up, they'll get going. Charlie Johnson, we'll talk to you on. Thank you. Okay.
All right, plenty of information there from our partners, Fox 13 in Tampa. Now, tomorrow morning, in the morning at 8:45, Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to update us on the current conditions. Now, yesterday, he mentioned that at least 7,000 National Guardsmen and 300 aircraft will be prepared to help. Now, this is once it is safe for crews to respond with recovery and rescue efforts. Meantime, we want to go ahead and give it live to our partners at Fox 35 in Orlando.
Yeah, look at this time warp when we continue this, wall-to-wall coverage.
Yeah, is it today? Is it tomorrow? Well, what we do know is that we're going to be seeing a lot more rain across the viewing area throughout the day today. And the center of circulation is still on the Florida Peninsula, and a lot of that action happening just to the north of that. So that does include the Orlando Metro as well as our coastal communities. So make sure that you do stick with us as more.
Wow, really, Dean? I didn't know that. Yes, that I am. I gotta wait till I get paid. I gotta get some stamps. You fell asleep, Karina? That's the first time you fell asleep on my live stream. Yeah, they're gonna need all the people they can get for sure, Laura. Me, you, Karina. So that's three of us right there. The wife falls asleep in my chat.
Huh?
Huh?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I'm not in your chat.
Oh, you would. Okay, bro, no problem, man. Susan, yeah, Michelle, yeah. That's 5. There's 5 people so far. Really, Teach? You're kicking my feet away from you? Scratch Master, what's up, brother? I know I can. I could talk into the chat too.
Smyrna Beach as well as Edgewater this morning. And
those wind gusts. You can see them up to 64 miles per hour in Lakeland, 58 in Claremont, 28 in Ocala, 44 in Palm Coast, and about 67 mile per hour wind gusts in Daytona Beach. We have been watching all of our reporters that are showing boots on the ground saying that these gusts are very strong, and it's not a good idea to go outside until this system does pass. Not only are we going to be seeing the stronger winds there, but also the pockets of very, very heavy rain that our Fox 35 storm tracker radar is doing such a great job at showing. And one more time, we just want to show you that center of circulation right here, but we do have all of those outer rain bands extending into Lake Mary. I do want to take you out to our roof cam from the Fox 35 studios. You can see all of that rain that is falling, and likely around the area going to be seeing some ponding on the roads, some flooding. So if you do not want to drive through this, you don't know how deep that water is. We have already seen a lot of rain that started yesterday, continuing throughout the day, and then again throughout the day today. We could be seeing several more inches of rain, especially in areas just to the north of where we are seeing this rain band, because take a look at all of these out over the Atlantic that will slowly be pushing on shore. So we'll continue to monitor things for you. I can send out some arrival times on when you could continue to see that heavy rain. So moving into Lake Helen within the next 16 minutes, at Sanford Airport within the next 18, Sanford in 19, and the Central Florida Zoo in about 21 minutes from now. So Jamie, the power of the Fox 35 storm tracker radar is that we get to go down to street level so that you know exactly what conditions you can expect where you live, and that's so important to us. We want to make sure that you and your family are staying safe as Ian is making its way through the Boone area.
Wow, nice job, Allison. Boy, a lot of heavy rain out there. We've got the gusty winds, multiple threats in progress, rain, wind, and flood right now. The tornado threat is really decreased. We shed the watch at 1 a.m. local time. So we
and that's great news, because we were tracking tornado warnings yesterday, last night.
Yeah. So the threat was there. The threat is eased, but there are three more threats again: rain, wind, and flood. So keep it here. We'll continue to keep you up to date. So come on us here in the Fox 35 Storm Center. That's keep it up.
Jamie Allison, great job. And we know there's going to be a ton of claims, an enormous amount for property. We're also watching the power outages. The governor said yesterday we're going to hit the millions, and we have done that. 2.2 million right now, and you can see, look at this.
Wow, 2.2 million people without electricity.
County, 98%. Lee County, 93%. Those counties got hit so hard. Even Hardy and Manatee at near 90% between the two of them. And so obviously, Southwest Florida has been hit very hard. They talk about 30,000 linemen ready to go, but they've got to wait until the conditions are good enough. That is going to be a multi-week process to get all of those individuals back on.
And we hear a lot about neighbors helping neighbors, don't we? And so if you're in Lee County and you know, among that 2% that you have that power, in Hardy County, where you're the 9% that you certainly going to be hosting your neighbors and your friends and people who do need it because they don't have it. It is incredible to see those numbers now. We were not expecting that, but you see it there real.
And you know what's so important? We are seeing as well, obviously, the dark red where they're seeing in Southwest Florida, but we're going to continue to deal with that throughout the morning as well. Speaking of Fort Myers, down there where they got hit the hardest, they said just some unbelievable video showing the brunt of Ian.
I tell you what, so this shows viewer Becky Hinshaw's view from her balcony. Take a look. And so we don't know if it was indeed a tornado, but what we do know is that winds were just whipping so fast. And take a look at that. I mean, that is just incredible. And again, that is from her balcony. You can see the whole pavilion of her apartment complex and her pool. Yeah, her pool is there, but it's entirely underwater, so you can't even tell that there is a pool there. She also found the stairwell that leads to the apartment parking garage that you see is totally cut off by floodwater. So she is in essence stuck in her home because she can't go out. Because of all of the floodwater that is there, she can't get down the stairs because the stairs are flooded as well. So this is incredible to see the video there, right?
One area is also been showing you here. There's Sanibel, Lee County there. We've got a better idea of how bad the damage is there. Elise Chamberlain showing videos from before the storm and after. You can see the entire pool deck, again in this case, underwater. It looks like it's part of the ocean. You really can't tell where the land is and where it's not there. National Weather Service said they were expecting about 8 to 12 feet of storm surge there.
And this is a live look at our DOT camera. This is a long state road, 408 in Hiawassee. Take a look at that. I mean, this is the little things that we'd like to see. Not a lot of cars out there on the roadways, but we also see that there is some pooling water. I think you can see there on the left of your screen. And that's really what you don't want to be driving in at this time of the night.
know what's underneath it. You don't know. You just can't see it. And so wait until the morning light, folks. If you do have to go out, wait until officials are able to get out and assess the damage and let you know that it is indeed safe to go outside. But it is always nice to see empty highways when you're dealing with
realize almost everything closed. I mean, Disney University and SeaWorld, they're all closed. Businesses, Port Canaveral's still closed today, so stay at home.
And can I just mention very quickly, especially for our tourists right who are here who may not be used to hurricanes, but this is the time you all really do want to stay inside because you don't know what to expect. And so just wait until officials tell you it is safe. Turn on Disney on TV. Yeah, no, it's not the same thing. But we're waiting to see what Orlando International City. I'm sure it's fantastic. You don't get the official word there, yeah. So we're also getting some more video live that we do want to bring you. This is some of the rescues that are taking place all across Central Florida.
Yeah, some great rescues. Firefighters in Naples, boy, they had a long day as well. Rescuing someone out of their car stranded in flooding. The flood just overwhelmed some of the people there. They had to cover the hood of the car that was really that deep. Take a look. Breaking out the window. I mean, these things they trained for, I never know if they're going to have to use them. They did. Naples Fire and Rescue posting the video. Keep in mind that same department's own fire station, that was the one that was flooded with water earlier. So they have their own home flooded. Now they're out helping others.
And more people are sharing videos online of the damage in their own neighborhoods. But this is the first that we've seen here into the Fox 35 newsroom. Take a look at this. This is a boat that actually washed up right onto somebody's yard. This is in Cape Coral, by the way. You know, as the sun starts to rise up, you're likely going to see more damage, right? And a lot of strange debris left over around people's properties. But that boat probably one of the stranger things we've seen. All right, we're going to continue to bring you the latest from our colleagues over at Fox 35 Orlando. So now we're going to take a short break. We'll be back. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and to barrel through Florida. At the moment, Hurricane Ian continues through Florida as a Category 1 storm. The latest update has at 2 o'clock in the morning from the National Hurricane Center puts this storm moving at just 9 miles per hour, winds at 75 miles per hour, with the next update coming down at 5 a.m. Eastern time. We have been piggybacking off of our Fox 35 coverage, and we're going to send you out to them in just a moment. We do want to let you know that currently 2.4 million people are without power in Florida. There is extensive damage in the Fort Myers and Naples area. At 8:45 a.m. Eastern time, the next update from Governor Ron DeSantis is going to happen, and of course we'll bring you that live, raw, and unfiltered here on this show. But as promised, we are powered by our owned and operated stations. Our Fox 35 Orlando team are actually gearing up for this storm to make landfall in the Orlando area. So I do want to send you out to their coverage. Let's listen in.
Crew just now on Twitter out of New Smyrna Beach. And if you're watching our coverage, well, welcome. I'm glad you decided to join us. It asked me what in New World is going on in NSB right now out in Volusia County. Well, you don't have a rain band now, but it's moving through your neck of the woods. You can see two distinct rain bands, one here, and both are producing tremendous wind gusts right now in the order of 55 to 60 miles per hour, even higher in some of those locations, and big-time rains. Those rains begin to taper off a little bit of a Flagler County. They're still coming down pretty good there. From Port Orange down to NSB, this is what we got for the big-time rain amounts, about 4 inches per hour at the least in these pink splotchy areas here. This is our rainfall rate. Live on the radar, it is dual pole, DOL. That allows us to essentially X-ray the innards, the guts of these showers, and isolated storms as they move through into those rain bands, and it gives us a good idea for what's going on. That would be the name of the game now is the heavy rain and these tremendous wind gusts that are moving all across the beachfront and across the metro now. Those heavy rain returns extend
Double compensation, 41. Depends on what you went to sleep thinking about.
Northern metro into the coastal counties and communities, and that's where we really see the heavy rain falling. So this is look here at the camera. I believe this might be downtown, though. There's an eye drive, but either way, it is downtown, of course, and they show us the winds whipping and those raindrops flying back and forth there. So we continue with the hurricane warning. That is the red-shaded counties here. There's a lot of them, and as we look at the tropical storm warning areas, these are in orange to the northwest counties, and then back down to Vero Beach and Fort Pierce and into the Stewart area along our treasure coast. So the Alabama high-res modeling showing us that we've got the circulation and big-time rains for at least mid-late morning, and then we'll start to see things easing up. Breezes will still be pretty sporty.
Get those off for you.
As we separate from Indian circulation, which is broad and vast, covers a lot of areas now, that will have a tendency of helping to alleviate this real gusty condition and help those raindrops dry on up. But from now all the way into Friday, tomorrow, 8 a.m., additional raindrops here. I've noted what's happening around Volusia County at this time. And as we look at the wind speed and gusts, we've got the wind speed shaded here in the white, the gusts in the blue, and it looks like Sanford right now. And that's at 56. 58 Daytona Beach, and lesser amounts of wind and rain over the northern counties from Gaines on down to Ocala. For more on the rainfall, head over to Palestine and stay in the storm center for this morning.
Yeah, I know, Karina, that's hurt, don't it?
Well, we don't have any official reports on exactly how much rain we've seen, but you can see where the heaviest rain has fallen, and that's where Hurricane Ian did make landfall. You can see it moving across the Florida Peninsula and into these purples, anywhere from 10 plus inches. And that's here locally, and I don't know if you can hear it on our roof, you can probably hear it on yours, that more rain is falling this morning. So let's take you right on in to our Fox 35 storm tracker radar this morning. You can see some of the heaviest rain is going to be falling from the bands that we are seeing shaded in red. Now, some of that is still out over the Atlantic, and it is coming
I didn't. No, I didn't. Haha. Not tonight.
County Line Road, State Highway 5, looks like Bull Hill Road, and then we have A1A here up toward Ariel, Clinton, and then you can see that I-95 corridor. And as soon as you cross it into Maytown, that's when we're seeing some very heavy rain moving
I did not fall asleep, Karina.
into Lake Harney. We have Fort Lane.
I'm sorry, I'm not paying attention to the chat. I'm paying attention to the TV.
More than any of the areas that I did just mention. Not only are you seeing and hearing the heavy rain now, but more is going to be on the way over the next several hours. And Jamie did a great job at showing Volusia County there. But if we go in a little bit closer to just north of the Orlando Metro, so Altamont Springs,
It's the wife, Bean. She's snoring like a fucking cow.
now that you see what's loading up just out to your east, and that's all going to be pushing your way right along the 429 there. If you are moving parallel with the 414. So heavy rain is going to be the name of the game today, and I do want to take you out to some rainfall totals. All the purple colors that you're seeing on your screen matching perfectly with the heavy rain that I mentioned. More than 4 inches of rain per hour. That's why we are seeing several flash flood warnings being extended into Volusia as well as into Seminole until 6:15 this morning, and Brevard looks like that will be in effect until 6 o'clock this morning. So a lot more rain is on the way. We can hear it overhead. And Jamie was showing us wind gusts, and I'll show us just one more time to see if we have any updates there. 56 mile per hour gusts in Sanford, 59 in Claremont, 61 in Lakeland. And
That's, a lot of people think that that's yelling, which I don't go by that shit.
north and west you go, the less wind that we're seeing and not as strong of winds, but not saying that you aren't seeing an impact from this, because you can see that cluster right around here.
No, I did not fall asleep.
Biggest impact right now, and we do have reporters that are just getting into shift in their messaging us saying, hey, what are conditions going to be looking like, telling them that a lot more rain is on the way. So now we're going to send things back over to the anchors for a look at a few more of those reporters. All right, and to some of our estimated for that, so we do want to switch our attention now to some of our reporters. Let's start with Fox 35 Kids with the CCS in downtown. I don't think you want these in your neighborhood, because he was on the pretty much everywhere he's gone. David Moore. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning. Speaking of damage, I have found the most significant flooding I've seen for this entire storm from my own perspective. Take a look for yourself. This is Silver Court off of South Orange Avenue. This is an ambulance that we just witnessed the drivers having to be rescued from. You can see that street sign to get a reference of just how much water is here. This whole intersection is flooded. It continues on down South Silver Court here. Look at that van behind the building here at Silver Court. There is a lake just over to the right of us where this camera is starting to pan towards. It's called Lakes of Wood. Lake of the Woods. And I believe this is where this is coming from, because there's also some closed off streets around that lake. And let me go back to that ambulance really quickly here. Just an incredible amount of flooding here downtown. They were talking about the flash floods. We started to notice in this area too as we were getting closer. Many of the lakes in this part of downtown were starting to overflow and starting to spread into the streets. And then we came into this. This is just an incredible amount. There off in the distance, there appears to be another ambulance. There is a hospital right here, Orlando Health, which could explain some of that. But there's just an idea of how significant the rain is. It's causing these lakes to overflow, and we get a situation like this here on Silver Court off of South Orange Avenue. So that's the latest here in downtown. Back to you. That's incredible. You can see that looks like it was 4 or 5 feet high. It leaves where that stop sign was. It has to be. I mean, based off of that sign, I'll give you another look at the sign. I mean, that's right up there. Right up to the tip, almost, you're talking about maybe 2 feet up to that sign. And usually the street signs are probably taller than the average person, so that's probably about 4 feet of water, I would assume.
Can you give us an idea, once again, just so viewers who may be just looking up and joining us, exactly where you are so that they can avoid that area?
Sure. We are on South Orange Avenue at the intersection of Silver Court. There appears to be a couple other block streets on a block away from here, but this is
all around the Lakes of Woods area where we're starting to see some of these overflowing lakes.
And that's probably not the last you're going to see of that. But boy, oh boy, what damage that is there and what the morning is going to bring as the sun starts to rise. Basically, we thank you very much.
So I'm guessing the owners of those cars had no idea what that was.
That's the rest of the vehicles there.
One of us is this as well. Just kind of you've probably heard it here at home as well. That is Lake Monroe right there in Seminole County, a live camera in Lake Monroe in Sanford. You can hear just how strong the winds are. We have heard it here for, I would say, the better part of 90 minutes or 2 hours. Just consistent rain and wind.
And can I tell you something interesting? Because when you hear it on TV, as you probably know if you're hearing it outside your home right now, there is nothing like hearing it in person, right? When you're actually there, and that's what we find. Fox 35 is a man of a changing shoes in Sanford, of course, this morning. Well, a restaurant in that area was damaged by the end. If you take a look at the radar there, you can see exactly where all that rain is. Amanda is right in the middle of it. Amanda, good morning.
Well, the wind is certainly picked up, and the rain is especially strong and coming down hard, and that could be one of the big reasons why this awning behind me at the St. John River Steak and Seafood Restaurant has come down. You can see that the wind has really lifted this metal awning all apart. The only thing keeping it from flying off is that there's a palm tree and some bushes right behind it. So you can already see some of that twisted metal around here and into the road. Sometimes the wind picks it up and scrapes it across the asphalt, so you hear that in addition to the strong wind. And one thing I will note, despite all of this severe weather, the lights are still on at the restaurant. So the power is still here in this area of Sanford. We're just a few feet away from Lake Monroe, and at times you can actually see the waves crashing over the seawall. So the wind has really been very powerful in this area. When you look up to the sky and you see into the light just how intense that wind is with the rain right now. I would describe the wind as strong and really strong. This is by far the most severe damage we have witnessed so far in our drive around the Sanford area. We did witness some low-level flooding, a few inches on First Street. We thought it didn't look too bad at first, but as we drove our car toward it, we realized good news kind of turned around. We are seeing some debris in the roads as well. Nothing too big at this time. Some palm fronds and some small tree branches. But of course, as Hurricane Ian continues to make its way up through Florida, we could see more damage, especially due to these strong winds. Reporting in Sanford, Amanda McKenzie, Fox 35 News.
Boy, she's seeing some strong wind there as well. And behind us is why we're seeing what Dave saw and some of the flooding that we've seen in different spots right now. Central Florida, of course, feeling the strong wind. So really, it seems like nonstop rain as Hurricane Ian now a Category 1 hurricane is pounding Central Florida.
And so we've got our eyes on Volusia County right now near the Atlantic coast. That is where we find Fox 35's Nestor Mato. He is live on these Snow News stories right now. And I know Nestor has been talking about a lot of that wind and a lot of that rain. You are no exception to that.
Right. So, you know, it feels like we're on the coast. You know, when you go report live right on the beach, because the wind is so rough and the water is so high. But guess what? We are in downtown New Smyrna. We moved to Mount Street. But the flooding has made its way here. Some of it because of the rain, a lot of it being washed up from the wind. And then I wanted to show you, while we still have power, some of these palm trees and the trees in the wind, because they get caught up through the valley.
All right, Red Fang. Have a good night, bro.
We're not too far from the coastline. As soon as the sun rises, we want to go over there, but you know, it's very dark and the water is rising, so it's hard to see. That's one of the reasons why we're not there. So that's one of the reasons why we tell you not to go out during a storm, because you cannot see where the road ends and the water begins. Once the sun is up, we're going to give you a better look at that. Volusia County, 20,000 foot without power. For the most part, that's the bad, but the worst is yet to come. We know that officials said that they expected the work to start at 2 a.m. and keep going for 12 hours. And of course, this is the side of Central Florida where Ian will exit. So once we get past Columbia, we can probably take our side release. But this is just the beginning for New Smyrna Beach, Volusia County,
And we do know Volusia County deputies, they do have high water rescue teams ready to go should anyone need rescuing or help out of a flooded neighborhood. For now, there's a curfew in effect until 7 a.m.
Not a bad idea at all. All right, Fox City Podcast tonight. Our next is stay safe. Thank you so much for that, Michael.
The concern is in the summer days where you have a body of water that just overflows, and that can cause, that's not a big body of water downtown either. Well, one of the last conditions we have six reporter right now, we've got a sense of those. This obviously the highest would be the current track right now in the city of the Central Florida. The top right, that's the downtown camera. So the tallest vantage point in downtown Orange County. Looking out, the range is kind of looking over that north end and has been seeing continuously this morning. The middle, that's higher Regency Orlando. That's the city Berkshire I drop cam upside down. Did not fare too well.
No, it didn't fare well at all. In the high winds we've been experiencing. And then this bottom screen, I know, not even we recognize it. We got to ask ourselves, what camera is that? Guess what? That's going to be kind of beach cam. But typically when we see that camera, what are we looking at? We're looking at the water. We're looking at the ocean. Now we're looking at the water now. In a completely different way as well. So that gives you kind of an idea of what's happening now here in the darkness. Of course, it's been in a couple of hours. The sun will rise. And you can imagine you're going to get a whole new and different perspective of what daylight will bring. So that's a look at some of the cameras that you're seeing right now here in the darkness. And here's the other part of this. Somebody in Fort Myers, Boyland, they took this some unbelievable video. It shows the grunt at the end.
This is the direct, as you know, yesterday morning, it shows you exactly Shaw's view from her balcony. Look at this. Oh, that's a tornado. Well, whether it's a tornado or not, well, we don't know, but we do know that is not what you want to see through your balcony. The wind, the whipping fast is right. You see the whole pavilion of their apartment complex and pool, they're completely underwater. The sewage is water, incredible. In fact, she also filmed the stairwell of Lisa's apartment. Look at that. When she didn't go down the floor, they're completely cut off by the water and wise enough to stop and go back the other way.
Absolutely. One of the areas that we've been told was well, that's the more part of so far, Sanibel Island as well. That is in Lee County. We've got a better idea of how bad the flooding damage is there. Elise Kimberly, she posted videos from before the storm hit, and then she posted more after. Well, you can see the entire Portage area is now so deep underwater, you don't even know there's a pool there. It looks like part of the ocean. The National Weather Service is expecting between 8 to 12 feet of storm surge there. So that is just incredible video.
This is one of the strongest storms that ever hit Florida. Sure. And the amount of insurance claims is going to be staggering when we finally get through all this. Right now, it's too early to assess that. We do know it is not going to be a good sign. We continue to get video. Some of the rescues that have taken place across Central Florida.
And we need to see what happened, right? Firefighters in Naples, for example, rescued somebody out of their car who was stranded in flooding that was deep enough to cover their foot. Take a look. And they are working diligently to get that person out. Naples Fire and Rescue posted this video from when the sun was still out earlier. Yesterday, keep in mind, that same department's own fire station flooded, right? With such high water earlier. And we also saw video of them taking that person out of that car and then into their fire station, which was flooded, by the way. So they have to take it up to the second floor because the first floor was entirely flooded.
Well, so many emergency responders putting in a very, very full and hard day for us. More people also sharing videos online of damage in their neighborhood. This is the first we've seen in the 545 News and News. They go walk up into someone's yard and take coral. Sunrise, you can see more damage of that for sure. Of course, this storm came in during the day, which we don't really see very often, but we rarely see something like that.
And it's not going to be.
Let's get your attention now back to the county for checking in close with Randy all morning.
Absolutely. Also, once again, to report for National. One thing I want to pay attention to, the light on here. There is still power as of 3:40 this morning here at the lakeside. And if you look through from the post here in front of the lakeside area down the stream, you can see that the lights are still on. So there's still electricity as of 3:45 this morning. The new information from county officials, I would say the first responders already rescued 10 families from the Asheville community because of flooding, and they were saying more emergency rescues were difficult because of rising water. The county has already said this is an area that they were concerned about because of the history of flooding in that community, already expressing concerns very early on about the northern part of the county and what they could experience because of all the rain that they are getting. One thing that the sheriff said earlier today, and we iterated
earlier yesterday, and again early this morning. Again, they have staged crews across the county on total 12 locations, and those crews have things like search and rescue equipment and heavy equipment to be able to clear roads because they've already started to see some trees come down. And again, they're reiterating, you are at home, stay at home, so that you remain safe and the ways are clear so that you don't get out in these conditions, and so that the ways are clear so that they can do the work to clear roads and make sure that we are able to quickly get back to normal. Live this morning, Lady Hills at 5:45 minutes. There's some draws off in the new video, and over the net rescued by a band of kind strangers who looked on Mars and neck deep flooding. This is out of Bonita Springs, by the way. That is another area that we've been telling you was hammered as Ian passed through. One of these Good Samaritans posted later saying that Olderman's car door was wet shut. He could not get out, and all of those people immediately went into action without hesitation, and we are happy to report to you this morning that everybody's seen here in this video is alive and well.
It was actually just warned that 12 to 15% of the people can't survive it because they're overwhelmed by it. That happens so quickly. You know, since the border, I'm seeing the worst of overnight. It continues well into this morning.
Oh, it's certainly down. So let's check back in now with the Hot 35 storm team. Good morning to you guys once again. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, Al.
Good morning today.
Tracking continues.
It does. There was a lot of heavy wind.
Turned off.
Yeah, it really is. I don't know if you guys can hear it on our mic, but there's a lot of rain that is falling overhead. We can go look out in the back and see that rain, the winds, and you're likely seeing that at your house as well as our rain band. You continue to make your way across the viewing area. Now, they are moving onshore, but as the storm continues to move off to the north, that's where we're going to be seeing the general motion of this heavy rain go throughout the morning hours.
Exactly. So, areas like Dallas, Volusia County, Smyrna Beach, getting some breeze out of there right now. What indeed was going on? We're on the rain band on top. We know that. And also, there's some recent pictures of the downtown area around Orlando. Just incredible. Here's a look at it. This is incredible stuff right here.
I mean, you can't see the road at all.
I know. This info, look at that ambulance right there stalled out. I saw a pickup truck too. Some type of truck with the water about like halfway up the vehicle. So it was a kind of high profile vehicle. So you can see, hey, it's raining out there. So come on back out to Weather One. I want to give you a look there at the track I was in. So there's gentlemen that are going to do some storm tracking coming up here. It's all about the heavy rain. And here's a look at it now for you. The circulation, while winds are 75 now, as we get to 8 o'clock, it's falling down to 65. Become a moderate tropical storm, and then we're racing on out to sea as the day through Friday and into Friday night by about 8 o'clock. Should be around this general area. We've got interest in the Carolinas. Maybe your vacation in your second quarter got stuck there with a hurricane. Go figure, right? Well, if you're heading back up by 95, say you're be around 95 by Saturday, maybe late Friday evening, and I think it's going to be moving in that direction with some very impactful wind rains, even at that level there with the potential for some tropical storm warned area that's going to affect now. So our launch credit union cam down at Port Canaveral at the cruise terminal there, look at these palm trees, which is just flapping in the breeze. These winds sustain now at 30 miles per hour from 10 to 77. But we've seen repeated gusts here out of the coast in that range of like the 50s up to the higher 60s on the gust on occasion. So some pretty big wind and weather gusts there with this wind. And the Hard Rock Hotel cam just about hitting outside. Just see this wind around into the camera. And then right to the night, they would have shot their seaside in Volusia County. So the outlook now shows the canopy of real strong winds beginning to move away. This is today at 9 a.m. That begins to slowly move away from the circulation about 3:30. There's some gusty wind on the back side of that. We do expect that. Right now, we talk wind speed and gust. 56 of the gust in Sanford, 36 sustained CJ Canyon Beach, sir. Upper 60s on that gust, 68 miles per hour last register, 52 for sustained wind. So we're still in the mix here, my friends. So light, it's going to be a lot lighter up here still. Sustained at 20 gust to 30 degrees right now. Your winds are sustained up in Alachua County at 15 with the occasional gust upwards of about 29 miles per hour. We continue hurricane warning shaded here in the red, the orange areas representing tropical storm warned areas that are future rain as we look at it now from this very moment into Friday there at 8 o'clock by tomorrow morning. You can see about a always a risk and hazard, right, when we do cleanup after a big storm like this. You have power lines, sometimes you have pests, fire ants come into play, believe it or not, at times. You never know what you're going to step on if you're talking these floodings, could be nails, boards, wood, whatever it be. Just be careful out there, wait till the water recedes. You guys just get around what's going on down below the feet there. So, Ian's top west, Minnesota Beach at 81 miles per hour, Minnesota Beach at 74. Coastal Beach, Atlantic, the Space Coast Airport in that range of upper 50s to the low and even upper 60s, 67 there. That's at Coastal Beach. Our wind gusts now across the peninsula. We got Miami at 22, but you can see that center circulation creating a close vicinity to that. I've seen the higher wind gusts in our future wind modeling. This is the Euro model showing us that we'll begin to see this ebb and flow of wind throughout the morning hours as we separate from the circulation and gradually see these winds reducing as we get into Friday and into the weekend. Mostly sunny skies expected, and actually some pretty darn nice weather actually by Saturday and Sunday. Mostly sunny conditions and warm temperatures, but maybe some pleasant overnight. Allison, some modeling generating some 60s higher wake-up temperatures for a lot of the cities we're in as we get the weekend being towards the cold front or week one of that into central Florida.
Talking about solid temperatures, but what we are seeing is a lot of moisture still across the viewing area. Let's go deep into our Fox 35 storm tracker radar. Throughout the morning, we have been monitoring flash flood warnings. In effect, that's going to be in Brevard County until 6 o'clock this morning, Seminole until 6:15, as well as Volusia County. And as you can see, the heaviest rain, like I was mentioning, yes, it's moving onshore, but as the center of circulation, this is the center of Ian. It's moving out toward the north and east. All of those very heavy rain bands are slowly going to be pushing north. So let's take you right on into street level. Let's go right along the 417 here through Altamont Springs, Tackleberry, Winter Springs, Lake Jessup, and moving up toward the Lake Mary. I mean, this is where Fox 35 Studios is, and I can hear a lot of rain overhead, and we're just looking at moderate rain right now, but some of that heavy rain is going to be moving up that way towards Heathrow. I'll take you into some streets near Oviedo, North Division Street, Canal Street, Florida Ave, and Stone Street, West Chapman Road, and then State Highway 426 here. That's going to be just to the north of Goldenrod. And if I take you out, let's go a little bit closer to the coast. We have a lot of viewers that are reaching out to us saying, hey, what is it looking like in New Smyrna Beach right now? I do know that we have a reporter, that's Nestor Mato, that is on Canal Street right now, and he's been seeing a lot of that rain. So from Smyrna Yacht Club out to coast, the peninsula here to the NFC Sports Complex, you're going to be seeing that moderate to heavy rain making its way across the area. But I'm going to step over to my computer, which is right here, so I'm going to be standing in front of the screen for just 1 second. I do want to take you out to some of our rain accumulation. So what this means is you can see just how much rain has fallen over the last 24 hours across the state. So we're still going to wait to hear on official reports from the National Weather Service on just how much rain has fallen in certain locations. But take a look at this white color between Sarasota, Port Charlotte, and Naples there. 18 to 24 inches, likely plus in some areas. But that extends across the interior, moving into Polk County, Osceola, and then into our viewing area. So we have seen a lot of rain, and like we've been talking about, even more rain on the way. So it's not safe to go outside. We've seen our reporters, they can't even see the road because there's so much water, and we don't know how deep that water is. So we really want to make sure that everybody is staying safe with us and continuing to monitor conditions here on Fox 35. I actually do want to take you into our rainfall rate so we can get into these storms and see just how heavy the rain is. And the purple colors that we're seeing is going to be some of the heaviest rain, falling at a rate of 5 to 6 inches in Seminole County, 6 to 7 out in Volusia County. I do want to take you out to a live pic of downtown right now. The 408 and Hiawassee router, you can see that the camera's moving. There's very gusty winds.
Shit. Ouch.
But around the back, you get another idea how deep this water is when you look at this dam. It's just incredible how deep the water is over here right now. There is a lake just off to the right up here, Lake of Woods. This is on Silver Court near South Orange Avenue. This is the intersection where this is all happening. It just goes to show you how much flooding we're seeing down here. You notice with some of the other neighboring lakes in this area, they're beginning to overflow. They're getting into the streets. This one obviously going to an extreme, completely flooding, obviously going to an extreme, completely flooding out this intersection, making it a dangerous place to be. When we first arrived, making it a dangerous place to be. When we first arrived, there were other rescue crews here to pick up the men who were driving this ambulance. So it's just been a very interesting experience downtown as to what we're seeing at this moment in time in terms of damage.
I'm live, Barbie. Hey, Barbie.
I think you said you were almost chest deep in water when they were trying to get out there. Yeah, they were walking out and they were just waiting out there and the water was...
I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm awake.
It was just impressive the amount of water that's here. Because even for myself, I'm looking at it, realizing it's deep, like how deep is it really? And to see them walking through chest deep water just goes to show how deep this water is in the intersection.
I think that's such an important point to make because you said so yourself when you look at it.
Hi, Barbie. Melvin came in earlier.
I can get my car through there, but under no circumstances do you ever want to drive through any kind of standing water. A fire rescue vehicle is higher than an average car.
Yeah, the phone, sorry. Look, it did it again to my fucking live stream. What the fuck? The phone is loud, yeah, because that was... And Melvin fell asleep too. Yeah, he does, Bean. Come on, man, what's going on? Come on, man. Why ain't it fucking playing, man? My God. I hope she gets better. I was still live, Zed, when you called me, dude. Oh, no. He called me on the phone that I was live on, right? Laura. She's joking, Zed. Yeah, but you called me on the phone I was live on, so it went off the live. Yeah, I was live, Zed. Oh. Oh, yeah, I know, I saw that in the chat. I scrolled back up to see it. Let me call this fucking ass. Trying to fucking sorry for a black screen, y'all. Trying to get my fucking phone to work. I don't know why it won't.
Hey, look, I hope you watch the news because Congress just said something huge for anyone renting.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna start the video fucking game, man. I'll start the game. Let me start the game, guys. Let me, yeah, here we go. Let me, start the game, guys. I'll play the game. Yep. Let me see. What's up? Now what I fucking do with the other remote? Shit, what I do with the other remote? Oh shit. Stupid ass fucking phone. I'm not fucking kidding me, man. Oh, here it is. Oh, you gotta be. Excuse me, yo. fucking kidding me right now? Fuck. Okay, now what the fuck I want you to do, motherfucker. Oh my god, man, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on with shit, man? It's stuck on my fucking bedroom, right? Mm.
Did you know there's a quick and totally free way to test?
I don't know what the hell, man. It fucking froze, man. My TV fucking froze. I don't know how to get it out. Fucking froze. Fuck, man. First time this bullshit's happening. that better fixed it, man. Man, I know I'm trying, God, man. I don't know what the fuck happened, man. I'm pissed off that I even started doing this shit, man. There it goes. Dude, that's fucking crazy. My damn TV just froze like that, man. Look, this shit is crazy as hell.
There are ancient tribes deep in the Amazon who have perfected the art of torture over hundreds of years. The Federation embraced this heritage.
There we go, y'all. I'm on the game now.
Sophisticated methods. They kept Rourke in a hole for months, feeding him food mixed with the poisons of exotic plants. As they broke down his body, they went to work on his mind. When his mind broke, they went to work on his soul. They rebuilt what was left, twisting him to their purposes. The process was excruciating and exacting. Rourke was gold-rushed.
Shout out to the 7 people in the chat. Thank you for the 31 thumbs up.
A perfect weapon to use against us.
Perfect weapon to use against us.
That's enough. What did you do? Same thing you did. They set me free. You taught me a long time ago. Ghosts don't break. Now, I'm gonna ask you one more. Everyone breaks, Elias. Why don't you ask your buddy Ajax? He was still with us. Grab his chair. Grab his chair. Look, bring him to me. Bring that bastard over here. So this is how it ends, Elias? You're gonna throw me out of this plane? You're gonna tell me all about that deep inside in San Diego. What? You gonna drop me, Lieutenant? Again? Answer me, Rourke. You really think you're gonna break me, Elias? Bring it on! Come on, here
Gotta go with this shit. Back in this, I thought I passed it. Fucking not. Rocket, what's up, man? Oop, I went up to her. No, good. You're good, bro. You're good. There's still 8 people in my chat, bro. I'm glad you woke me up. Okay. I don't give a fuck, man, dude. You're good, though. You're good, bro. No worries. I needed to get up anyway. Oh, you got jokes. Scratchmaster, what's up, buddy? Oh, I talked to them earlier. They were in here earlier, Rocket. They're good, bro. Hey, the reason why I couldn't get a hold of fucking Floater Prophet on her because he fell asleep. I guess he drank too much of those natural ices. I guess he drank too much of that beer, man, and fell asleep. I talked to him while I was at work. He said that he had fell asleep. They're doing good. And they still got power is the messed up thing. They still got power. The one that I'm worried about is Ted and all the other people that haven't commented on my video yet to let me know that they were all right. How dare you not say hi to fucking Rocket Dead? No, I'm just kidding, y'all. Yeah, I know. I have him on the prayer list already, Rocket. Yeah, I know. Somebody said that earlier, and I put him on the prayer list too. Yeah, he's from Tampa, dude. That stuff's getting ready to hit Tampa, dude. I need to get somebody to get a hold of him that has his number or email or something, man. Okay, cool. Thank you, Karina, for that information. Yeah, for sure. Oh, okay, Karina. Cool. Shout out to the 7 people in the chat, man. Appreciate you guys. I heard he had COVID. I got to get him on Instagram. I don't know his Instagram. Oh, shit. I don't know his Instagram, Karina. She's sleeping, Barbie. Kitty Banana sleeping. That's what I heard he had too. I heard he had COVID. Fuck. Anyway. Alright, I'll check it out. I'll hit him up on there later, Karina. Thank you for letting me know. Fuck, man, I can't get past this part now. Is that the... Didn't I get past this part? Oh, no, never mind. I was stuck on this damn part. Shout out to the 8 people still in the chat. Thank you all, man. Oh, come on, man. Yeah, Karina, thank you. I don't know what the hell, where to go, man. I'm stuck right here. Starts me right here. I'm dead again. I'm dead again. They're trying to fucking move around them. Yeah, that's a good idea. Rocket, dude, I like that. Just Rocket, man. At first, when I saw you, dude, I didn't know that that was you. Because I was so used to you having 1A1A1. So, at first, I never thought that it was you. And then I realized you had a fucking damn wrench. So I knew it had to be you. You just took the 18181 off your name. Ah, fuck, he saw me. Oh, come on, man. Fuck, man. Fuck, I need to get past this part already. It's pissing me off. Yeah, move around him. Yeah, shut the hell up. I already fucking know. I had a shorter name. Now I got a long name. I had Dallas County Scratchers. Now it's Scratching with D-Man, a.k.a. Dallas County Scratchers. All you gotta do if you want to find me, look up Dallas County Scratchers, then number 2. And this channel will come up. Who, me or Rocket? Fucking bitch, man. Of course, I'm dead again. Fuck, man. Wasn't I past this fucking part last night? Or the other night? I didn't play the game last night. Fuck, man. What was Kaz's other name? Fuck, man. I just like completely walk in a circle, man. Alright, Laura. Appreciate you stopping by. Appreciate it. No, Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right, Barbara, you're right. I forgot about that. Okay, thank you, Karina. Appreciate that, hon. Okay, Karina. Oh, this part's pissing me off, man. I forgot why I shut it off the fucking other day. I see why I shut it off the other day now.
boys good to go? NATO's picking us up 2 clicks from you. What the hell is it? Either way, let's not make ourselves an easy target. We move quiet and quick, we'll make it home safe. Let's go. Looks like they're on the way out. Wait for them to clear out. Wait for it. Okay, looks like they're moving out. Head up the stream and stay low. Echo, we're halfway to you. Still moving upriver, Stalker, so we'll be there. Do it. Target sighted. 9 o'clock. Kelly's overhead. Wait at the tree line. Let him pass. Because it's a ridge on the other side. Stay behind me. Single file. Stay low. Kelly's overhead. Wait at the tree line. Let him pass. Because it's a ridge on the other side. Stay behind me. Single file. Stay low. Let's keep moving. We're almost at the river. Yes, fall in. Take black, let's go 6-3. We're at the river.
He's not in the mood to go to work. I don't blame you, Rocket.
The president has authorized Operation Clockwork.
I had to be to work again today, too. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
You will infiltrate the facility and gather any information you can on the missile program. What about your old friend, Rourke? Who's not coming for us? Rourke will get his. But as of now, Clockwork is the priority.
I'm so fucking glad I passed that part.
Move out. Check. We require enemy uniforms in the head of the security checkpoint. You get the checkpoint.
Just call it sick one of these days.
Checkpoint's in.
You got 10 minutes to apply transport to the inside Blackbird before we cut the power.
Copy. There it is. What's your spot? Count 8. The guard on the tower makes 9. Take him out first. Right side tower. All right, we're going in hot. That could have been clean. Move out. Logan, left side, covering Keegan. Clear that body. I can see it from here. Hesh, in the back, covering me. Kip, that cover is secure. Where's the patrol?
Pass the outer perimeter, head your way. Right on schedule. Patrol inbound. Showtime. These uniforms better work. It's going fast.
How's it going? What's up?
Grab the driver.
Identificación.
Okay.
Tiempo. ¿Me parece frío?
Take out the driver.
Clean and load. We need to be green and 30. Bang. Everyone in. Let's go. Once inside, keep your spacing and minimize shots after the blackout. Hesh, be ready to hook into their system when we get to security. Roger.
Michael Hauser, what's up, brother?
Entering plane. Set up Bucaracha. Place.
static test pattern now. Confirms the check. Open ahead.
Check, we're in the green zone. Prepping Victor now.
Check. 30 seconds until power's restored.
Echo Oxy Elise go.
Still here.
Asset allocation.
Drilling. There's a backtrip plate, so don't drill too far. Stop. That's good. Good. No shells. Set in charge. Movement on 2. Here's your spot. Hydraulic seals are down. Explosive armed.
Unite thermite. Back up, back up.
What's up, honey?
Blow it. Front door's open. ETA to the next 4 minutes. Weapons free.
Engineers are online. Section win. Boss, you got a message headed away.
Keep an eye on the left. Get that guy. Got one. That's right. Don't get bogged down. We have to keep moving. Turn your front. Change your back. Move, move. Through here.
Switching to south corridor. Tango's converging on your position.
Exiting the tree. Take the high road to the nest.
Minimal activity on the high road. You're off the radar for now.
Watch those corners.
Tango's massing in the rotunda. Take it slow.
check. Okay, we got him the nest, prepping for transfer. Everyone drop the bags off on the command platform. Drop your bag on the table over here. Let's get started on this computer back.
I'll need 2 minutes 30 to complete the download.
Roger that, I'll cover you. Grab some lines from the bags. Follow us down the main left. We got about 30 seconds to get these defenses set up. Heston, find the data on the rocket.
Yeah, it's all here. Specs, design, implementation.
What the hell, man? Oh my God, did I not die? I did not die. I did too die.
Grab the sentry turret from the bag. Follow us down the main left. Grab some lines from the bags. Follow us down the main left. We got about 30 seconds to get these defenses set up. Heston, find the data on the rocket.
Yeah, it's all here. Specs, design, implementation.
I was. That was the hard part. I'll be right back, man. I'm gonna take you all out there. I was actually, Rocket. I didn't know where them guys were fucking shooting at me from. I thought my other guys that were supposed to be there helping me would have fucking killed them, but fucking for the chat rooms, man. Pete, honey, what's up, man? Hold on, I gotta put you down real quick. Oh, man. Shout out to 7 people in the chat. Not 5 fucking hours already, man. Man, you know, yesterday I did a 15.5-hour live stream. 2 live streams that equal up to 15.5 hours. Oh. 15.5 fucking hours, man. I gotta check and see how many watch hours I have. I'm thinking about what kind of merch I should do, man. See how much something like this would cost to put Scratching with D-Man and the all-nighters on it? And sell these? Shit like this? How would you guys like that if I get something like this made with late night with D-Man and the all-nighters? How would you like that? Let me know if you guys like something like that. I think that's what I'm going to try to do in between my, something like this big, something like that, and, yeah, Barbara's still here. Barbara, well, what would you think about if I get some of these made? If I get some of these made late night with D-Man and the all-nighters on them. It's something that somebody's not doing. Have you ever seen somebody make some of these with their channel name on them? You're scratching your ass. How would you like that, Barbie? If I get some of these made with late night with D-Man and all nighters on them. Is the only one talking to Rocket? Yeah, there's 7 people in the chat too. I was too silent. I was focusing on the game. Sorry, Barbie. Now there's 6 people in the chat. God damn, man, my eyes. Boy, I gotta get some sleep. Ooh, wee. I need to shave this shit off tomorrow, man. I'm shaving my whole entire head off. I'm gonna be bald tomorrow. Watch. Next time you guys see me, I'm gonna be bald. I've been on this motherfucker for 5 hours. What time is it? It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Holy shit. Where is Bean at? Bean hasn't said anything in a while. Oh, you left for a minute. Okay. So what do you think about this, Barbie? You think if I make some of these, man, these will sell or what? If I put late night with D-Man and all nighters on it. Or something like this. One is like this. The big one or the small one? One like this or one like this? The orange one or the blue one? I was surprised to see Rocket in here this long. There's 7 people back in the chat. Am I tired from staying up all night? No. I'll do it for you guys. Anyway. I do it for you guys. Yeah, man, I never... Man. Oh, don't shush me. Shut up. See, now Chiquita's in my damn chat. I woke her up. I don't care. She was bound to get up anyway. Don't you shush me.
Where's my phone?
But you shush me.
Where's my other phone?
Your other phone is up your ass.
Let me have my phone.
The other phone's right here.
Where?
Right there. Here, take your phone and go back to sleep.
I will.
Bye, good night.
Shush.
Don't shush me. Don't shush me. No, thank you.
That's not what they said.
That's not what they said? What did they say?
Shush.
No, whatever. No, thank you.
That's not what they said.
That's not what they said? What did they say then?
Shush.
Don't shush me. Oh shit, this guy. Come on, hold on.
From the back. Follow us down the main ramp. Grab some lines from the bags. Follow us down the main ramp. You got about 30 seconds to get these defenses set up. Find a data on the rocket.
Yeah, it's all here. Specs, design, implementation.
Oh, come on, man.
Grab the sentry turret from the back.
That's crazy.
Grab some lines from the bags. Follow us down the main ramp. You got around 30 seconds to get these defenses set up. Next, find a data on the rocket.
Yeah, it's all here. Specs, design, implementation.
You haven't go to the bathroom? Hmm?
Yeah.
Go. Yeah, working too much, yeah. Come on, man. Shout out to the 7 people still in the chat. Appreciate you guys.
Represent your turret from the back. Follow us down the main ramp. Grab some mines from the bags. Follow us down the main ramp. We got around 30 seconds to get these defenses set up. Find a date on the right.
Yeah, it's all here. Specs, design, implementation.
GG. Pete.
Time check, 2356. Check. We're going out the same way we came in. Keep your weapons loaded ready. Got to blend in. Leg, help him. Lift. Don't shoot unless you want to punch your way out of here. Here we go. ¡No dispare! ¡Estamos heridos! ¡Tenemos acceso si entra con la luz en el laboratorio!
Okay?
¡Necesitamos más
Okay?
hombres! ¡Queremos!
Got the drill. You're starting around the drill, guys. You can see that. Just start moving a little quicker.
What's the turn?
When we playing board games, when I get some, what kind of board games you guys want? Alright, Rocket brother, appreciate you coming in, bro. Be safe at work today, man. What type of board games you guys want, Barbie?
We don't teach. GG. Down? Going down? Jeez. What cheese?
What time? Shout out to the 6 in the chat. Appreciate it, Joe. Oh, look at that. Gigi Moniki. Look at that. Gigi Moniki. You're going to ACDC? You're going to ACDC? Saving. You're going to ACDC. Sleepy. I'm getting ready to go to sleepy.
What are you doing?
Okay, we got everyone talking. Let's introduce ourselves. On you. Flowers.
Aw, what's that? Going. Where you going? You lay down right there? Or you want him to hurry up? So he's late coming with you. Archie? I think he wants you to hurry up.
Let me hurry up. Well, guys, I'm gonna get off here, man, because I'm getting ready to fall asleep anyway. But thank y'all, man. Whoever's in the bushes, Barbie, I'll see you guys tomorrow, later on tomorrow, today. I'm gonna get off here and get some sleep for work. Love y'all. I'll see y'all on the next one. Thank you. All right, bye, Karina. Bye, Barbie.